Alright guys, we're gonna go ahead and get started. Give you a thumbs up. I'd like to call to order the regular city council meeting, closed session. The time is now 5:32. City Clerk Duarte, will you please call the roll?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Frometa,
Present.
Councilmember Ortiz,
Present.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Pemberton,
Present.
and Mayor Sosa.
Present. Now is the time for public comment. I remind speakers that this public comment period is reserved for comments about the items listed under the regular meeting. The closed session agenda, there's an opportunity later in the meeting for general public comment. This is a business meeting, and we have business to attend to in the next hour. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the council regarding closed session items. I see no one here. Do I have to read the rest of this? No?
Okay.
Okay.
I'm gonna have someone come just so you.
City Clerk Duarte, did we receive any written public comment regarding closed session items to be incorporated into the record?
We did not, Mayor.
Okay. City Clerk Duarte, how many speakers have taken a number?
We have none, Mayor.
Okay. Is there a motion and a second to close public comment?
So moved.
Second.
So ordered by the mayor. The city council will now recess to closed session under the following authorities. Government Code Section 54956.95, liability claim, Alicia Cookson versus the City of Downey, workers' compensation claim number 13-117404. Item number 2, Government Code Section 54956.95, liability claim Perry Miller versus the City of Downey, workers' compensation claim number 22-165824. WCAB number ADJ 164-84122. Item number 3, Government Code Section 54956.9D1, conference with legal counsel existing litigation Adela Treviso versus the City of Downey, et cetera, all, LA Superior Court, case number 24 NWC V01204. We will now recess to closed session. The time is now 5:34.
late, 5 girls.
Oh, he gave all 4 sons something, women.
Yeah, very macho. The sons get their own land, but the women have to share this one house.
Testing, testing. Kelly, can you hear us?
Cannot hear you.
We cannot hear you.
She's unmuted, huh? Yep.
Hello?
Are you?
Hey, Kelly, can you hear us?
No.
First meeting last year, January.
Okay, I will now reconvene the regular city council meeting. Closed session. City Attorney Funk, will you please report the closed session action?
Good evening, Mayor and Council, and members of the public. In tonight's closed session, the City Council considered all 3 matters on the closed session agenda. There was no reportable action from tonight's proceeding. Thank you.
Thank you, City Attorney Funk. Before we begin the regular city council meeting, open session, I would like to remind members of the audience that anyone wishing to speak during public comment must obtain a number card from the city clerk. If you did not obtain a number and wish to speak, please proceed to the back of the room, and city staff will issue you a number card. Lining up during public comment will not be permitted, and each speaker should remain in their seat until their number is called. The time clock will begin when you begin your comments. Per the City Council's meeting rules and for fire safety regulations, all persons shall remain seated unless addressing the council or entering or leaving the chambers. Standing in the aisles or along the walls is prohibited. There is overflow seating available in the lobby. If there are no available seats in the chambers, please proceed to sit in the lobby. I will now call to order the regular city council meeting. Open session. The time is now 6:33. City Clerk Duarte, will you please call the roll?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Frometa,
Present.
Councilmember Ortiz,
Present.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Pemberton,
Here.
and Mayor Sosa.
Present. And now for the invocation, we welcome Pastor David Abiri from the First Presbyterian Church of Downey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I invite all those who would like to do so to join me in prayer as they think best. Let us pray. Almighty and merciful God, we praise you for the gift of life and for the particular gift of life in this time and place. We thank you, O God, for the institution of human government that allows us to order our own affairs by electing representatives and voting. We thank you, O God, for this representative body that is gathered for the ordering of life in Downey. We pray, O Lord, that you would bless its deliberations and its decisions. We praise you, O God, for all those who have gathered to speak out of a desire to promote what is good and right and true in the best interest of their community. And we pray, O God, that you would give us grace to hear one another and to choose what is good for all. We pray especially this evening, O God, for those who are grieving the loss of homes and possessions and loved ones because of natural disasters like the fires in Los Angeles County and elsewhere. We pray, O God, that you would meet their needs, that you would give us gracious and generous hearts and open hands to help where we can. And we pray, O God, that you would grant us all wisdom to devote ourselves to things that cannot be taken away by fire or by flood or by the shaking of the ground. We ask these things in the name of Jesus Christ, the Savior. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you, Pastor Barry. Now for the flag salute, we have Boy Scout Troop 2. Thank you, Boy Scout Troop 2. Let's give them a round of applause, please. Now is the time for City Council member announcements, requests for future agenda items, conference meeting reports. And I will start to my right, Mayor Pro Tem Dorothy Pemberton.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Sosa. Welcome, everyone. As we all know, first we want to give our heartfelt condolences and the devastating fire prayers for our first responders that we've sent out and to all the victims that are impacted by this fire. So we all are trying our best to reach with resources. We have many groups doing that, and they're always in our thoughts right now. January, as I start off, January is Martin Luther King Day on January 20th. It commemorates his birthday of the civil rights leader. The YMCA of Metropolitan Los Angeles will be holding a breakfast at the Bonaventure, which I will be attending, and others. Various YMCAs are offering free childcare, showers, Wi-Fi, and essential services across LA County to first responders and those displaced by the tragic fire. So please look up them for the YMCA in the area if you know of people who can use these services, and reach out. We also, in January, we also remember an international holiday, Holocaust Remembrance Day, on which is celebrated on January 27th to commemorate the liberation of Auschwitz. In attendance, December was very busy with all our colleagues, and we attended various events, our mayoral transitions with other cities, also the retirement of Chief Dan Herlock. One special event was the swearing in of Fire Chief Anthony Hildebrand. Welcome and congratulations. We all look forward to working with you and your leadership with the department. I attended this month a Greater Los Angeles Vector Mosquito District meeting, and just informational-wise, they're putting on a ballot this year for voters, Prop 218, to increase fees slightly. Currently, homeowner residents on their tax bills pay $18.89 a year annually for the services for the mosquito abatement. And so they're going to suggest and put out a questionnaire. You may get a call. What will you feel comfortable with in an increase in the annual property tax bill? So that is legit. I'll let you know about that survey. I want to thank City Manager Bradley and Public Works Director Baumgardner for recent stop signs on Smallwood, east and west direction in my district in the Orange Estates. We're all throughout the city trying to use traffic calming measure, be it radar detectors, speed bumps, stop signs. And so this one is going to help that area, which is a big cut through because also of a recent pedestrian accidents. So the residents are very happy. So thank you for getting that going. I know there's stop signs throughout our city. So residents, please, and drivers, drive slower, follow the rules so that we don't have any issues. Save the date for the Downey Police Department is hosting another youth academy for residents 14 to 18 years old. It will be held for 10 weeks at the police department, Wednesdays from 5 to 8, starting February 26th, running till April 30th. Contact the Neighborhood Watch Coordinator, Stephanie Arroyo, at 562-904-2374 if you have a youth that might be beneficial or interested in seeing the workings behind our police department. And maybe that would be an early recruit system as well. As a follow-up, City Manager Bradley, I'd like to consider having a permit system for live music in backyards at homes or bands at residential homes. We all continually receive resident calls for excessive noise, the decibel level so high, midnight, even sometimes 1 a.m., that they're having musicians play in their backyard for parties. Sometimes they say houses are being used continually as the backyard to have a party. Maybe we can limit. The residents should have quiet enjoyment also in their neighborhoods, and that we need to have a system like a permit for having a yard sale. We have just a couple a year, and that you have to have a certain requirement and keep it down in certain timing. And then code enforcement can go out if a resident has a problem. Rather than use our police officers to do that, they would be able to cite whatever. So maybe we can investigate if we have something on the books for noise enforcement with homes, what can be done to contain the noise, because all the residents that are around there are affected negatively. And that will conclude my comments.
I will second that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Pemberton. We'll now go with Councilmember Trujillo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's good to be back. Some of us were on holiday break, but always in touch with what's going on in the city. I do want to bring up the double-decker bus tour. Thank you to Public Works. Jason and the team put together something that I'm hoping, we're hoping will be an annual event until demand is no longer there. But all the trips, the historic tour and the holiday tours did sell out, and it was great to see the bus going through the city. So hopefully we can continue to do that, and thank you to the staff for that. I want to thank Meruelo Enterprises. They really came through for the fire department's toy giveaway this year. Chief Herlock and some staff were out there, and it was great to see like trucks full of toys. So thank you to Morello Enterprises for that. And Shake Shack is open. Hopefully, you will go and try their delicious burgers. They really are good hamburgers, I must say. So, yes, you know we have a great history with fast food in Downey with McDonald's and the first Taco Bell and Del Taco. And it's good to have a Shake Shack along with our In-N-Outs. We're still hoping for one additional In-N-Out in the corner of Imperial and Bellflower. So please continue to support your hamburger restaurants. They're good burgers. Some agenda items. One of the things as a board member for California League of Cities that we're encouraging councils across the city to look at is their compensation or their stipend rates. So I would like to see if this council is interested in having a discussion of probably increasing those. What we're finding is different cities or council members or candidates really, sometimes people rely because of the amount of hours they put in on some compensation. Doesn't have to be a lot, but for some people that is an issue because of the amount of time that we volunteer to do this. So I'd like to see if there's any interest on placing this item in agenda in consideration for a stipend increase, possibly a phone allotment of some sort or vehicle mileage for the amount of hours the council members travel in the city. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, thank you. I also wanted to see if we can please get an update on our electricity boxes. Is there an update program? Some of them starting to look a little shabby. They were beautiful at one point, and I'm just wondering, is there anything going on to update those or paint the ones that aren't painted?
You're referring to the artwork that is on the utility boxes?
Yes.
Yeah, we can look at an update on that.
Is there a second for that?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, just to interject really quick, City Manager Bradley, just to provide as part of the Arts and Public Places Funds, there is money that is allocated for maintenance for that. So just a matter of notifying us, and we'll also be working with Public Works to proactively see what utility boxes are, but there is funding set aside for that.
Okay. With electric cars being the future, I'm wondering if we have a development plan for charging stations in our city. Can we get some sort of report? Where are we with that? Are we keeping up with demand for charging stations? Are people having to wait to charge their cars? Do we have a plan on how we're going to develop as a city and bring those?
Can I ask a little more about that? So do you mean on city facilities or?
No.
We do not have a deployment plan for the community at large. That's usually a private thing people want to put out there. But do you have something more?
There is some other areas that we're looking into, like our transportation system, like the dial-a rides and Downey Link. By law, we're supposed to have certain EV charging stations throughout the infrastructure. So there are some areas that we are planning for it. So we can provide a report to you all about where we're at with the planning on that.
I'd like to know that we've been proactive about planning for this. Supposedly, we're going to electric cars by 2035. So I want to make sure we're preparing for that, our infrastructure. Do you need a second for that?
Please, if there is one.
Yeah, say that one.
Thank you. The Downey mascot, last year we had talked about adopting a mascot. I don't know if there are any cities in LA County that already have a mascot. You know, we're a city of many firsts. Maybe we could be the first with the mascot. And I know we talked about, or preliminarily, the astronaut. Like to see if we could formalize something, whether it's through the library with Mr. Dickow or the Space Center, something that our children could maybe be excited about and we could be known about because of our great history with aerospace. Can we bring that? I'm hoping that if the council decides to adopt the mascot, it'll happen sometime in 2025.
We're about ready to bring that item back. We have it in our work plan, so it'll be coming soon.
Excellent. Thank you. And I believe that concludes my request. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Trujillo. Now I'll go to my far left, Councilmember Ortiz.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everyone. It's still great to be back. It's a long vacation. First, I want to express my deepest condolences to those affected by the fire, so thank you, Dorothy. I'm wishing the Downey team and the first responders who are out there fighting the fires, strength during this time, and we welcome you back home. I do have one request. Given the issues of parking in some areas and more homes being built, I want to see if my colleagues think it's possible allowing homes to expand the driveways and or making it more easier to issue parking permits on certain congested areas. So I want to see if anybody's interested in that.
Second.
Thank you. And with that, I conclude my comments for today.
Thank you, Councilmember Ortiz. Now I'll move on to Councilmember Fonamenta.
Thank you, Mayor Sosa. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to tonight's City Council meeting. Happy New Year. It's been several weeks since we last met. And again, I want to echo my colleagues' comments in terms of extending my heartfelt prayers, condolences to all of the people that have been impacted by the fires and these disaster that we are seeing continuing to unfold in various communities throughout LA County. And I do want to acknowledge the first responders, the firefighters that are out there, including the City of Downey. Through mutual aid agreement, the City of Downey sent a team out there, and we continue to keep all of the first responders in our prayers as well. And I also want to extend my congratulations to our new fire chief, Anthony Hildebrand, who was sworn in last week. And we are really excited to have you in this capacity, and we look forward to your leadership in this city. I want to, again, I don't want to go over all of the various events that many of us attended over the holidays and as we have business to attend to. But I do want to acknowledge the fact that we have received emails from the community in regards to what the City of Downey was doing in regards to the fire and how to help those impacted. We decided early on that we needed to have a post on our social media platforms, giving the community an opportunity to donate monetarily to organizations that are proven, that are secure, such as the Red Cross, the LA County Fire Foundation. As you, I think we've been aware over the last few days, the amount and the overwhelming number of donations in terms of clothing and other things have really been, the outpouring of that has been enormous. And what tends to happen in any type of disaster is the outpouring of these kind of donations creates a secondary disaster, and that is the logistical nightmare that it can be to sort through all those donations. And so from the City of Downey perspective, we have been in communication with some of our houses of worship, certainly supporting some of the organizations, nonprofits that have a desire to help. We won't take that away, but I just want the community and I want you, our residents, to know that we have been made aware that we actively are directing people to the right organizations. We believe that it is best when we direct those efforts in the best way that they can be helped. Also regarding N95 masks, some people have asked about that. As you know, we are about 20 miles from the Altadena area, which would be the closest city that impacted by the fire. And we are closely monitoring the air quality just as our school district is. And at this point in time, the city is not giving or providing N95 masks. However, we are letting you know, those of you with compromised immune systems or sensitive populations, if you want to and feel more comfortable utilizing an N95 mask, to please do so. I know that the school district announced the activities and after-school programs would resume today based on the levels, air quality levels here in this city. And we will continue to monitor that. Just a couple of things. I would like to request an emergency management update report for us. We are lucky in this community to have our own emergency manager. And I think it's important that we, as a council, have not just a better understanding, but really look at what our level of preparedness is in different areas. And to that end, also share it with the community, looking at backup plans, other types of shelters if need be. But I would like to request for an update on our emergency plan as a city.
I'll second that.
Thank you. And I also want to make our community aware that we are also aware and we are communicating, and we've made our city manager aware. We are all seeing an increase in the transient population. And as Los Angeles continues to do various things, we will see an increase in the transient community moving in this direction. To that end, we are looking at ways to mitigate that increase in our community. And we are also looking at the various, the railroad tracks. We are aware, we are constantly monitoring and in communication with our community residents regarding homeless encampments. And also, aside from that, street vendor activity. We have seen an increase of street vendors, and we know we have a process for making sure that our street vendors have public health permits and that they also have a permit from the city of Downey. And we will continue to have code enforcement look into those issues and to keep our community safe. With that, I conclude my comments tonight.
Thank you, Councilmember Fermetta. Welcome, everyone. Happy New Year. Welcome to the first meeting of the year. And just ready to kick off this new year here in City Hall. But thank you for all being here. I did attend a couple of meetings. Well, we attended a lot of events, as my colleagues alluded to. I'm not going to bore you with all those details, but I will mention that I did attend a sanitation district meeting for LA County last week with no reportable action. This morning, I did attend a LA County Board of Directors, Board of Supervisors meeting, along with City Manager Bradley and Director Ben Dickow. And I just wanted to announce that this morning, the Board of Supervisors did declare the City of STEM through Downey the official science festival of LA County. So I would like to ask you to join me and congratulate Ben Dickow and staff on their efforts in making that happen. If you haven't had a chance to attend the City of STEM Science Festival, it's really, it's a cool deal and very educational, a lot of resources for our youth and our families. And the next one's going to happen in April of this year. So stay tuned for information on that. I just want to emphasize. I do want to. You know, we've had some incidents happen. You know, obviously we had a blackout in the region on Christmas Eve, and you know, everybody. Most households were impacted on different levels. Some had their power out for longer than others, and some were lucky enough to not to experience that. But I do want to acknowledge the team effort by our public safety officials, both police and fire, as well as public works and our city management, for collaborating and all working together and working with Edison to get the city of Downey through that. So I just want to say thank you to all those that I've mentioned. And thank you. Also, with the horrific wildfires that are still taking place in LA County, I just want to emphasize, well, before I get into that, I do want to acknowledge a few, and there's a lot of businesses and nonprofits that are collaborating with each other and taking in donations and getting them to the right places. So I'm not going to be able to name everybody, but we'll name a few. Our very own fire department, the Pride Barbershop, Calvary Chapel Downey, Stay Gallery, Ultimate, and El Pescador. And again, forgive me, but there are several other organizations coming together for that. And it's a beautiful thing to see in such a time of tragedy. And on that note, I do want to emphasize that this council, I believe I can speak on behalf of the council, we will continue to emphasize public safety, including public works, in making sure that we have that they have all the resources necessary to carry out the services, not only on a day-to-day basis, but when we have incidents like this happen. We can't predict the future, but we can try to plan for it. And I think the city of Downey has done a great job in doing that. And I just want the public to hear that we will continue to emphasize those areas. And again, anything could happen. These wildfires have really wiped out some cities, and I'm going to drive the importance of maintaining fiscal responsibility, maintaining healthy reserves, because I think that's important for the safety of Downey's future. So with that, I do have a couple of requests. I'd like to request for city management to reach out to Southern California Edison, and perhaps we can get a local director to come by and educate us and the public on exactly what happened with the transformer that caused this big blackout in the region. And again, Edison's response was tremendous. I thought they did a great job, and these things are out of our control. The purpose, my request, and the purpose of having a director from Edison come by is to be able to answer some questions, so we're educated on the whole situation and how we can help mitigate that going forward. And that's simply the basis of my request. Can I get a second on that?
Second.
Thank you. And also, I do want to request a study on our current water system and the how adequate our current infrastructure is, and if we have the proper funding allocated towards that. Thank you. And that concludes my comments, and I'll now pass it on to our city manager, Roger Bradley.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, I failed to ask. We were contacted, I believe, by the Little Lake Foundation. They want to they're having a golf tournament. I think they're asking for something. And I couldn't remember if we had set policy, Mr. Mayor, on this. Does it go to the agenda, or is it a request with the city manager?
At this point, I think if you would like to have us bring it back consideration, I think it was support for a golf tournament.
Yes.
And for that one, because they want to hold a golf tournament, not just donate a golf game play, we asked to bring that back for you to consider.
Got it. Is there a second for that?
I will second that. And again, I just want to make sure that the public understands, Little Lake Unified School District, there is a portion of Northeast Downey that it is in Downey, but yet there's a portion of that population whose children should be in Downey Unified, but for whatever reason, they are part of the Little Lake Unified School District. So I will second that.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Yes, I'm sorry, I do have one more comment, just to segue off of my comment in emphasizing public safety and the resources for our public safety departments. But I do want to emphasize that the City of Downey Fire Department did go ahead and dispatch 2 fire engines to assist with the Pacific Palisades area wildfires. and also one to the Eaton Canyon area. And I wanted to bring that up because I want you to know that the reason why it's important for us to emphasize public safety and the amount of resources that we have there is that we're in a position where we're able to dispatch those 3 fire engines and still have enough to sufficiently cover the needs of the city of Downey. So on that note, I would like to thank the city fire management, specifically Chief Hildebrand, and I'd like to have you join me and give him a round of applause for his leadership. And that concludes my comments, and I mean it this time. Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor. Actually, if I can add just a little bit to that too, we did have other staff that were able to be loaned out to other communities to provide assistance, and I want to make sure they get credit for the hard work that they were able to put in. During the time of a disaster, one of the things that we do as cities is make sure that we share resources with each other, especially if we are not in dire straits as other folks. So as you mentioned, we had our fire and also our police team as well going out providing security over in, I believe, in Pasadena, helping out in that area, as well as we had our assistant city manager that was able to go to Malibu and provide some assistance there. And Axel from our PIO team also went there, and I think we also had Racky, our emergency manager, out helping as well. So we had a number of folks that were out helping other communities to make sure that we can provide assistance, so that if we get in a situation where we have need, they'll come help us too. But we want to make sure that we help out, be good partners with those around us. So. And oh yeah, Christy Hedness, thank you, was also helping out from fire as well. Thank you. And that concludes my comments, Mayor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, City Manager Bradley. There will be no presentations tonight. There are 3 public hearings this evening. First one up, public hearing number 1, to consider and discuss the transition to either a 5-district election system or a 4th district election system with an at-large elected mayor. The City Council conduct an introductory public hearing to consider and discuss the transition to an election system consisting of either 5 individual districts or 4 districts plus an at-large mayoral office, including any public input, and 2, to provide further direction to city staff. The hour having arrived, the public hearing is now open. The time is now 7:04. City Clerk Duarte, do you have proof of publication?
Yes, Mayor.
Can I have a motion and a second to receive and file the publication?
So moved.
Second.
Please vote.
The motion is approved unanimously.
City Manager Bradley, is there a staff report?
Yes, Mayor. We'll have our city attorney, Mr. Funk, provide the report. Thanks.
Testing.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, members of the public. Tonight, I'm here to present on the proposed transition to the current Downey election system. We were last here in November, if you recall, when the council elected to adopt the resolution declaring its intention to transition from its current election system to one involving either 5 individual districts or 4 districts plus a mayoral seat. And so I'll go into some detail on that process tonight and provide some context as well. Our current election system, as you know, we elect our 5-member council through what I'll call a mixed system, combining 4 individual districts and 1 at-large district. Districts 1 through 4 are geographically defined. Council members must live in that district, and they're elected only by residents who live in that district. District 5, however, is an at-large district, meaning a citywide district. The representative from District 5 can reside anywhere in the city and is elected from voters across the city. The mayor and the mayor pro tem are not directly elected, but instead selected by and among the councils on a rotating basis annually. In early October, the city received a letter challenging the election system under a law called the California Voting Rights Act. The specific allegation was that the city's election system as currently comprised violated the CVRA because it contained an at-large district. It's important to note the CVRA doesn't actually prohibit at-large districts outright, but it makes them very susceptible to challenge because the standards of proof under the CVRA are just so low. CVRA actions typically allege that voters of a protected class are being denied the ability to elect a member of that protected class or the ability to influence the outcome of an election. The standards of proof are quite low, and most cities who are challenged under the CVRA, as we explained last time, elect to transition rather than defend the litigation. Almost exclusively, there's only been one city locally that is elected to defend, and that is the city of Santa Monica, that has spent upwards of $20 million in legal fees. The most common remedy for an alleged CVRA violation is to change from an at-large system, to a by-district system. Or in our case, because we are already a 4-district system, to either an entirely 5-district system or a 4-district system plus an at-large elected mayor. Both are authorized under state law. On November 12th, the council adopted a resolution declaring its intention to transition to one of these systems by the November 2028 general municipal election. The transition process, it involves at least 4 public hearings under state law. And tonight, the decision point for the council tonight and the next public hearing, I should add, is the following. The 2 options are this: transition to an entirely 5-district system that would change District 5 from its current citywide geography into a discrete portion of the city like Districts 1 through 4. So in short, there would be numbered districts 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, each geographically distinct across the city map. The second option would be to transition to a 4+1 system that would keep districts 1 through 4 as is, but also would convert District 5 into an at-large mayoral seat. So in that option, the electoral system or the electoral map doesn't change, but District 5, the overlay of District 5, becomes a mayoral seat rather than a district seat. There's some framework for the discussion tonight. I thought I would just sketch out some of the factors for you to consider when having this discussion. They're here under the 5-district system. The first point to note is that it's procedurally a bit more complex because a new 5th district is being created by taking space from the existing 4. That means new electoral maps will need to be prepared by a professional demographer with public input. The mayor and the mayor pro tem selection process would remain unchanged as it is from now. Our term limits existing as a charter would continue to apply, and the mayor's duties would remain unchanged. With what I'm going to call a 4+1 system that is retaining the 4 districts but creating the at-large mayoral seat, procedurally, it's a bit less complex because there's no new district being created from the existing territory, but instead District 5 is being converted to a mayoral seat, or would be. The mayor is directly elected by voters citywide. This would effectively eliminate the current selection process for the mayor and mayor pro tem. The decision would need to be made whether the mayoral term would be either 2 years or 4 years, and you would have elections at those times for the mayor. Existing term limits do not account for a directly elected mayor, so we would need a charter amendment to address those. And just like the 5-district system, the mayor's duties would remain unchanged. Neighboring cities, I thought it might be helpful for you to see what our neighboring jurisdictions, the practices are. You can see by a large majority, most of the neighboring jurisdictions do select the mayor on a rotating basis, typically annually, the mayor pro tem as well. In 2 jurisdictions, the mayor is directly elected by voters citywide. That is Long Beach and Whittier.
Mr. Funk?
Yes.
LA elects its own mayor, right?
LA elects its own mayor, yes.
And South El Monte or one of the El Montes?
I'm not aware that they elect their own mayor, Councilmember Trujillo.
One of them does. Okay.
Yeah.
I think there's South El Monte and LA as well, but thank you.
The large cities in the state of California do elect their own mayors. Just to continue on your point for a moment, Los Angeles, San Diego, San Francisco, Fresno, and I believe, and Long Beach does as well. The difference in those large cities is typically they feature what is called a strong mayor system, where the mayor possesses executive authority over policy making and operations of the city. If the city of Downey were to transition to a directly elected mayor, that doesn't mean that the transition is made to a strong mayor system either. We would still operate, for example, under the council manager form of government, just for clarification. So tonight is our first public hearing. And at tonight's hearing, no decision is necessary, but the council is to consider and discuss the transition to a 5-district system or a 4+1 system, consider any public input, ask any questions, and provide direction to city staff. At the next public hearing on the 28th, a decision will be made as to what system to implement, either the 5-district or 4+1. At the third public hearing, if the council has elected to establish a 5-district system, we will obtain the services of a demographic expert, and that expert will be retained to prepare new electoral maps for the council's consideration, along with public input. If a 4+1 system is selected, there'll be no new maps to prepare or review, again, because the 5th district, the citywide district, is just being converted to a mayoral seat, and there's no new geographical district being created. At the fourth public hearing, again, if a 5-district system is elected, district maps will again be considered and also selected at that point in time. If a 4+1 system has been selected, again, there'll be no maps for review, but the meeting will still be held for purposes of public input. State law requires us to have at least 4 public hearings on this matter before any change can be made. Depending on its decision, at that 4th public hearing or a public hearing beyond that, the council would typically adopt an ordinance either establishing a 5-district system or a 4+1 system with an at-large elected mayor. That is essentially the outcome of this process. The culmination of it is an ordinance establishing the transition formally. That ordinance, just for clarification, does not need to be put before the voters as it typically would, but under state law, the council is authorized to adopt such an ordinance if it's being adopted in furtherance of the CVRA and in response to a CVRA challenge, as this would be. In terms of the timing, the deadline to adopt the implementing ordinance is May 12th, 2025. Typically, the city has 90 days to do so after it receives the notice of violation. Here, we've agreed with the prospective plaintiff, to have a 90-day extension. So this deadline means that we have a deadline of May 12th. The change to 5 districts would take place typically in the November 2026 election, and that's because the prospective plaintiff can ordinarily demand a change as soon as possible. That next time what we could change would be November 2026. It could be later by agreement with counsel for the plaintiffs. If we were to elect to transition to a 4+1 system, the new at-large mayoral office would commence upon the expiration of the District 5 term, which currently is 2028. The timing of elections for the other council seats would remain unaffected. Yes, Councilmember Trujillo.
So we could negotiate with the attorney to agree that this all take place on November 28th, and we don't need a special election in 26. Is that right?
It's possible. We would still have November 2026 elections, even if we redistricted to 5 districts. That's when the next elections are called for. Only with a November 2028 would be fixed if you went to the 4+1 system.
So in November of 26, then, elections for District 4 and 2 would be based on the new size of the districts.
That's correct.
Okay. But in 28, that's when this new district, elections will be had for that new district.
For 1, 3, and 5.
What I'm trying to do is avoid special elections, right? So we can negotiate all that with this attorney?
We could, and right, even now, if we didn't, there would be no need for a special election per se. The elections would still proceed as they would, timing-wise.
Okay. So when we draw these new lines, if we go to the 5 district, we have to try to draw them so that Mayor Sosa stays in his district, because we can't move him.
Well, there are various considerations for map drawing. Among them is equality of populations.
Gotcha.
Another factor called communities of interest, contiguousness, And so it's not possible at this point in time to tell you what those districts would look like. Those maps would be shaped with the services or the assistance of a professional demographer. But that, again, that 5th district would be created from the existing territory, meaning that the current 4 would essentially have to shrink to be able to create a 5th. How they would exactly shrink, at this point in time, it wouldn't be possible to tell with any precision.
So is it possible that Councilmember Ortiz could be affected? I mean, if you shrink these, you're going to redraw them. He's entitled to his seat until 28. Right?
That's correct. And just to be clear, there is state law is very clear on this point. No term of any current council member can be shortened or abbreviated by any change that we make. That is very clear in the law.
If it's helpful, I think what you might be getting at, Councilmember Trujillo, is that a council member could potentially find themselves living in another district after the maps were drawn. Could possibly happen, yes.
But they'll finish their term that they're currently elected to. Got it. Thank you.
That is correct.
Do any other members of the council have any questions or comments?
Are we done with the presentation?
Just a quick note on public engagement, which is a crucial part of this process, as required by state law. Just a few points on the screen. In addition to the public hearings, the public's encouraged to provide input by the means displayed on the slide. We'll have information already on our website, I might add, and social media as well. And for any further questions about this, they can contact the clerk's office or my office as well.
I have a question about term limits. This newly created district, will former Mayor Vasquez, former Mayor Guerra be allowed to run for this new elected district since there's no history in this district?
To add on that, could somebody run 16, will be able to run 16 years for that seat? Because if I run for 8 years, I'm in this position for 8 years, and then I run for mayor for another 8 years.
No term.
Mayor or council member? Sorry.
Mayor. So council member.
It would be a new set of term limits.
Term limits.
Now, I'll just answer the question in 2 parts, if I may. So in the first scenario with Councilmember Trujillo's scenario, if we went to a 5-district system, the question, I believe, was whether a former council member could potentially run for office. He or she would be limited by the existing term limits in our charter. Those term limits are written as applied to council member. And the 5th district would be occupied by a council member, just like any of the other 4. So those existing term limits would apply to anyone seeking to run for a newly created 5th district. With respect to the 4+1 system, as alluded to by Councilmember Ortiz, that would be a new office in which someone could potentially run for that office regardless of their prior status. Term limits, the existing term limits would not apply to that newly created office of the mayor. Our charter does not have mayor-specific term limits. And so accompanying this change would be a charter provision or a charter amendment addressing or governing term limits for mayor. I will also add that if the 4+1 system is selected and there is a directly elected mayor, the council will need to choose a term of either 2 or 4 years. That is something the council, it's within the council's purview.
You said that it was a charter amendment.
That would be a charter for term limits that would apply to any newly created mayoral office.
Which will be voted by the residents.
Yes.
Okay, but so somebody can still potentially run for this seat until when do the voters decide? What year? 2026?
20, if there was a newly created mayoral seat, that change would take place in 2028, and that's the time at which the voters would first be in a position to directly elect the mayor. Going forward, a charter amendment provision with term limits applied to the mayoral seat would govern starting then.
And then how would someone, you mentioned in the 4+1 system, if we do that system, the mayor pro tem and mayor processes will be eliminated. How will we select a mayor pro tem in that case?
That would be decided by the council, but I would imagine typically it would be done by a matter of consensus. The mayor pro tem would then be selected by a majority of the body.
Also something we'll decide as well. Yes. If it's going to be a 1 year, it's going to be a 4-year term, depending on.
For the mayor pro tem, just to be clear, yes. To be clear, not
yes.
the mayor.
The mayor pro tem.
Generally, having been in systems like that, it rotates just like it currently does. The only that changes would be that the mayor would be directly elected by the people.
Okay.
And the difference would be that the mayor pro tem or any other council member wouldn't automatically assume or be in a position to ascend to the mayoral seat, without being elected by the voters.
Okay. And if we do the 5 district, what is the cost? Or maybe I missed that in the presentation.
If we did a 5-district system, we'd have to engage the services of a demographer, and that costs roughly about $50,000 for those maps to be prepared for the council's consideration and also for the public's input as well. The 4+1 system, we wouldn't incur that cost because, again, we wouldn't be creating any new maps featuring that newly created geographically defined 5th district. The 5th district would instead would still remain citywide, but it would be converted to a mayoral seat. So the options, again, just to sum up, is either an entirely 5-district system. We're currently in a mixed system where we have 4 districts plus an at-large system, but the options would be a 5-district system completely or a 4+1 system with an at-large elected mayor.
By May 12th, do we have to decide the geography of the new districts, or that's just deciding what we have to decide if we're going to do the 4+1 system or the 5 districts?
By May 12th, the ordinance that would be implemented by May 12th, council member, would incorporate the newly created maps as well. And so along the way, that decision would be made.
And that was going to be my question, if we had to do the ordinance for either one, and would would the map person, cartographer, would be able to do that, say, in 30 days or 45? Was that in the report, how long it would take to redraw boundaries?
Yes, they can ordinarily do that in that time frame.
Okay.
And so I'm confident that we would be able to complete the transition and implement the ordinance by May 12th. It may take more than 4 hearings, but the law requires at least 4.
Thank you.
Those other municipalities that have a system similar to ours, they don't have an elected mayor. Do we know how many of those are at-large versus districts?
Many of them are at-large in our smaller jurisdictions, Mayor Sosa. For example, Linwood, Southgate, Maywood, those are at-large systems. They're not by-district systems. Those systems that do have mayors selected by the council itself often do have at-large districts and not by-district voting. So ours is somewhat unique, I will say, in Downey's system, that we have this kind of mixed system. The law does consider a mixed system such as ours to be at large, however, under the CVRA. Even though we only have 1 at-large district. I know it sounds like it doesn't make complete sense, but the CVRA treats mixed districts or mixed systems like ours as at-large systems.
Right. And you know what? I know that the city of Santa Monica was, they were basically fighting this. Do we know how much this is costing them in litigation at this point?
20 million.
Thus far, it's exceeded. The price tag is yet to be finalized, but because it's been up on appeal to the California Court of Appeal and also the California Supreme Court, it's estimated to have cost the city in excess of $20 million.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question, John. And again, for members of our community who are here in the audience and those that are listening via our YouTube channel, could you explain to us why it is that this is relevant now? Many people keep scratching their heads and thinking, Downey has been this way, the status quo for many years. Why is this all of a sudden a problem and the reason we're having this conversation today?
So the issue has really been, it has been highlighted by virtue of the letter that we received in October that alleged that our system, even though we do have 4 districts, so we are by district in that respect, we have this one at-large district. And at-large districts are very susceptible to challenge under the California Voting Rights Act. On the notion, or at least on the theory, that voters of a protected class in that at-large district, they cannot be impaired in their ability to elect a member of that protected class or to influence the outcome of an election. That is quite easy to show using data. and the standards of proof are very low, and they do favor prospective plaintiffs. So any city, I will say, with an at-large district, whether it's one at-large or whether they're entirely at-large, is susceptible to the same challenge. Now, we'll add that Downey's perhaps more susceptible because we are a larger jurisdiction. We're a six-figure city, as you call it, 114,000 strong. So while I'm going to stop short of saying that makes us a target, we are certainly more prominent. And I don't mean that in any bit of a condescending way, but we are more prominent in the region. And that makes us more noticeable. And I think more attractive, not attractive, but, it calls for greater scrutiny. And so that is, to answer your question, Councilmember Fermetta, why this is relevant. It's relevant, if you will, because in a way it's been forced to be relevant. It's just as in any litigation, when we receive a demand letter threatening litigation, as we did here, we respond accordingly. Only in this case, this type of litigation is so costly and difficult to defend, given the way the statute is written and given what the evidentiary standards of proof are, that any jurisdiction, and there have been jurisdictions, scores of them up and down the state, save for Santa Monica, has elected to transition to a different system. So it is that at-large system that Downey has that has made it vulnerable, and if I may, the size and prominence of our city as well. There are cities, though, to your point, Mayor Sosa, those cities that have a council-selected mayor and mayor pro tem that are entirely at large still. And I myself, it begs the question I ask why those cities haven't been challenged. I believe each city probably will over time. I mean, there's a certain amount of counsel or lawyers in the state who take on these types of cases. There's one or two in particular, and you can just see they have gone on and identified city after city after city, and it's been like dominoes.
Thank you, John.
I hope that answered your question, Councilmember Fermetta.
Well, and I wanted to ask this question for purposes of making sure the public understands why it is we're having this discussion tonight, this public hearing. Thank you.
Now, I just will point out maybe one last point, and I don't mean to belabor the point or take additional time, but it's always within the council's purview to select a course of action. In this case, the council in November adopted a resolution signaling its intent to transition. I normally don't make my legal recommendations in public, and I'm going to stop short of doing that here, but I will say it's always within the council's purview to select the course of action ahead of it, whether it's to transition or otherwise.
Thank you, City Attorney Funk. Any other comments or questions? Okay. I will now open this item for public comment. City Clerk Duarte, did we receive any written correspondence to be incorporated into the record?
We did not, Mayor.
Okay.
Thank you. Members of the audience wishing to address the City Council regarding the public hearing item may come up when your number is called. I will be calling yellow number cards for this item. I remind speakers you have 3 minutes to address the City Council, and your comments must be regarding the public hearing item only. City Clerk Duarte, how many speakers have taken a number?
We have 3 speakers, Mayor.
Speaker, thank you. Speaker number 1, please come forward. Hello, Mr. Squire. Thank you for your service, sir.
Thank you. Lee Squire, retired Brea Financial Services Manager, 31 years. I hereby exercise my First Amendment freedoms and my federal civil rights. Mayor and City Council. I am well-versed in this subject matter. I can't believe it finally rested on you, but there has been an attorney, I can't remember what his name, he was serving letters of interest on Orange County cities, LA County cities. Orange County City was the city of Placentia. They decided to fight it. However, the person that sued them was the ACLU, and they locked on protected glass status. I think they spent in excess of $200,000. They were 5 at-large, now they're 5 districts with an appointed mayor. I also want to make my comments that you're proposing 5 districts with appointed or going 4 districts with, let's say, an elected mayor. the decision to be made by the city council. Is there a fifth option, which means we, the people, the voters, get to decide if we're 5 districts or if we're 4+1? It's a question I would like to know. I also agree with the city attorney that when you get sent these letters of interest, it can be extremely costly. And again, he's correct at the bar when you start talking about protected class status, which I'm thoroughly familiar with. It's like you can fight it, but it's going to be extremely costly. Again, from my perspective, I am for a 5-district council with an appointed mayor. I am not in favor of a 4-district with an elected mayor. That is my preference. And again, I thank you for the presentation, city attorney, and he's correct. And it doesn't matter what size city you are. It doesn't matter. Placentia, I think, is 55,000. It doesn't matter. Everyone is exposed. Thank you. I want this for the public record.
Thank you. Speaker number 2, please come forward. Good evening, Mr. Horn.
Good evening. As a matter of fact, I was in Washington and I was in New York with the New York Law School. We discussed this issue in depth. Conclusion was that they were unfavorable against a decision of an elected mayor. With a 68 to 95 point of accuracy of the challenges, these major points were brought up. A mayor being considered as an employee of the city rather than as a contract or statutory employee, which by law you are statutory employees. That shifts the increase from the council of the mayor from a 58% liability to an 86% liability per the New York Law School representatives and O'Melveny and Meyer partnerships. More liability would be associated to the mayor rather than the city manager for land use issues. Downey is overinvested in dining as opposed to a more diverse business use. You, as someone with a background in finance, know that you cannot put all your eggs and invest in one basket. You must diverse your equity in your businesses to for as a risk factor. An elected versus a city council person appointed temporarily would increase the challenges due to the qualifications of being required or tested to see and guard the city and its residents against a lack of skills, knowledge, and the expertise. No one really has the complete package, but it would fall on the mayor as an elected official, whether it's 2 or 4. When we discussed this, we assumed it was a 4-year. Some points that was brought up, you now are looking at additional costs of an election of every 2 to 4 years, as opposed to splitting it into 5 districts where each person would have a responsibility to the residents there. Currently, there's not a big responsibility for District 5. It's supposed to be citywide, but no one knows. They usually contact their district personnel with questions rather than the District 5. There would be a shift in liability from the city council for actions taken or not taken to reduce the, Did I run out of time?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Horn.
Okay. So my choice would be a 5-district redoing of this plan.
Thank you, Mr. Horn. Speaker number 3, please come forward.
Yes, correct. We do not need an elected mayor. We do not need an employee of the city. Qualifications are important. as far as coming to have an elected mayor, does that mean we get rid of the city manager since we're going to eliminate a city manager type of government? Maybe it does. I don't know. Is anybody on this council qualified to be mayor? I don't know. We've heard the previous mayor make some proposals that are absolutely ridiculous. 2035 plan, the EV charging station, so our grid is upgraded. He would be mayor. Can you imagine that? Only electric vehicles? District 4 has suggested that we take all cars out of downtown Downey, which is parroting the same talking points of the editor of our local fake news newspaper, the Downey Patriot. They don't want you in a car, period. That's what the 2035 plan is. It's a UN plan, a globalist slave grid. That's what it is. And that's why he pushes smart cities. We've heard this recently here. Will the mayor have authority to declare a smart city in Downey, like Gavin Newsom's doing in Palisades, without anybody having any say-so? Yeah, that's a UN plan. That's what they want to do. If the people won't give up their land, they'll burn them out of it. And then their developer friends will come along and build some affordable housing, maybe. Yeah? He can do it by executive order. Will the mayor have that kind of authority? I don't want a city where a mayor has that kind of authority, especially if they're not capable of running the city. So we don't want the liability of having an elected mayor. We want 5 districts, 5 equal districts, and we don't want to change the term limits either of those districts, which some of you want to do. You want to relax the current term limits. That is unacceptable. You should only get 2 terms, period, not 3. But if we're going to listen to some podcasting chuckleheads in this town, that's what you're going to get. And they're going to present it to you as if we have a new term limit thing for Downey, the residents. No, we do not want an elected mayor. We know what an elected mayor, especially amongst Democrats. What do we got in LA right now? We have an elected Democrat there. We see the results of that. No, thank you.
Thank you. I will now entertain a motion and a second to close the public hearing.
Make the motion.
Second.
The time is now 7:39. Sorted by the mayor. Unless there are any comments from the council, I will entertain a motion and a second to accept the
May I ask one
accept
more
the
question?
hearing? Yes.
So at minimum, we have to have 4 conversations about this item, correct?
So just to clarify, the conversation about, or the decision point tonight is to either move forward or establish a entirely 5-district system or a 4+1 system with an at-large elected mayor. This is the beginning of that conversation tonight in public hearing number 1. No decision needs to be made tonight on that point, but a decision does need to be made on that point by the culmination of the second public hearing.
Okay.
So tonight can be, if the council selects, to be a discussion alone. I had provided the framework factors for your discussion, but again, no decision needs to be made tonight, but a discussion can be had.
Okay, so by the second meeting, we can decide already. By the second meeting, we have to decide already if we're doing a 4+1 system or equally distributed districts.
And that's correct, only because we'll need to engage the service of a demographer to make the maps.
So we can just give our opinions right now on our feelings.
Yes, I would defer to the council for any discussion it might like to have on that point.
I'll entertain a motion and a second to close public hearing.
May I just ask, Mr.
He
Mayor?
wants to, we need to close the public
Yeah.
hearing
Oh,
first.
go ahead.
I'll make a
I thought we did. I
motion.
thought you
I'm
moved
sorry.
to close.
I thought we did too.
Okay.
Oh, we did.
Okay.
After.
So now
Mayor.
discussion. What other information can be presented from now until the next hearing for us to consider? Is there going, I mean, we know the cost of the demographer, 50,000. Is there any other information that might come about from now until the next public hearing that we would consider? Or is anything new going to be presented, or why would we not decide tonight?
It's not necessary to decide tonight, Councilmember Trujillo. I've intentionally front-loaded the presentation with the information you'll need for consideration. Sometimes councils elect to have this conversation over 2 public hearings. The law requires us to have 2 public hearings in any event, so we will have 2 public hearings. Whether or not or how close you come to a decision is really the council's purview tonight.
Okay. Well, I do want to make a motion tonight, Mr. Mayor, so after more discussion, let me know when will be a good time.
I'd like to make a comment of what of hearing. We've all run our elections, and we know in our 1 through 4 districts, it's much smaller than at-large District 5, which requires what? A lot more funding, a lot more funds. And I've heard so many times in the past of people that said that they couldn't, people that would be really good for city council, but they just didn't feel that they had the contacts, the money, the funding, and so they wouldn't run and didn't run. And then when it came time for them to run, they were kind of done and fizzled out. That's a very large district to cover, and also very large as a council member to try to reach out to 114,000 residents. We as 4 districts, we're more readily available. We see things. One of the benefits then would be that the campaign funding wouldn't be as much, and you wouldn't need as much. Also, there was a benefit to having experienced council members on the council before they become mayor. And this body here then decides with the most experience who feels that they would be the most that would be best to have that role as mayor, work your way in as mayor pro tem. And that stair-step approach to me seems to be one of the better reasons to run, rather than somebody that could, let's just say, buy their seat to become mayor that has not the interest of the city. So those are some of the comments and things that I've heard with positive and negative things in that respect.
Thank you. I also have some comments. I also agree with my council colleague. I think it's important for those of us that have been in this city for many decades. We find ourselves having to make this decision, and we know that our community is a community of engaged and involved residents. And I'm afraid going to a 4+1 council, precisely that individuals that would like to be part of city council and represent this community would end up buying the seat, bottom line. And in order to preserve and protect this community and really have people that have a heart for servant leadership, that what I hear and what I am inclined to propose is to have 5 equally divided districts. We represent our community, and this council, for the most part, historically and now, dialogues and votes 97, 98% of the time together. And I do believe, while costs may be $50,000, it might give us a bit of a headache with that demographer, but I really believe that that equal representation, that having somebody, a 5th district, would equal to the rest would be best. I would be inclined to propose that as well.
I second that. If that's a motion?
Was that a motion?
Unless somebody else has a comment, that'll be my motion.
Okay. So the motion was for a 5-district
Yes.
option? Okay. And there was a second?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Please vote.
The motion is approved unanimously.
Are we still legally required to have a second public hearing in regards to
Yes,
this?
we do.
Yes, we still are. At that point in time, the council would be free to change its mind if it likes, I'll say, only because the decision needs to be made at the end of the second hearing. So you will find yourself in a position of reaffirming tonight's decision, or if a majority is so inclined to switch course as well. But the second public hearing would still need to be held, yes.
Okay.
Understood, thank you. All right, moving on, item number 2. Rancho Los Amigos South Campus Specific Plan Amendment to allow the continuation of industrial uses within existing buildings located in the Flex Tech Biomedical Subdistrict, and a zoning text amendment to add a definition for existing FTBM building within Downey Municipal Code Section 9130. The City Council introduced an ordinance approving a specific plan amendment, PLN-24-00060, to amend Table 5-1 of the Rancho Los Amigos South Campus Specific Plan to allow existing buildings to be used for specific industrial uses when located in specific areas of the Flex Tech/Biomedical Subdistrict, and number 2, introduce an ordinance approving a zoning text amendment, PLN-24-00060, to Section 9130 of Article 9 of the Downey Municipal Code to add a definition for existing Flex Tech Biomedical Subdistrict FTBM building. The hour having arrived, the public hearing is now open. The time is 7:48. City Clerk Duarte, is there proof of publication?
Yes, Mayor, there is.
Can I have a motion and a second to receive and file the publication?
So moved.
Second?
Please vote.
The motion is approved unanimously.
Senior Manager Bradley, is there a staff report?
Yes, Mayor, I'm going to turn it over to our Community Development Director, Irma Wheatrone, to introduce the item. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Yes, thank you for that long introduction. Very complicated case. But as you'll see in tonight's presentation, the amendment to the specific plan is fairly simple modifications to tables and to a few sections of a very large specific plan that is very labor intensive because of the nature of the specific plan. So tonight we have our principal planner with Sagecrest Planning and Environmental, Laurel Reimer, who will be presenting tonight's item. Thank you.
Good
Welcome.
evening. Good evening, council members. So the project before you tonight is PLN 24-00060. The request before you tonight is a specific plan amendment and a zoning text amendment to amend the Rancho Los Amigos South Campus specific plan to allow continuation of industrial uses within existing buildings located within the Flex Tech Biomedical Subdistrict, and to add a definition for existing FTBM buildings within Downey Municipal Code Section 9130. The Rancho Los Amigos South Campus specific plan was adopted on October 12, 2021. It was prepared to guide the future development of the southern portion of the Rancho Los Amigos campus, which sat mostly vacant since the consolidation of the Rancho Los Amigos National Rehabilitation Center in the 1980s. The Rancho Los Amigos South Campus specific plan is unique in that it was a city-initiated specific plan, but on land that is entirely owned by Los Angeles County. The Rancho Los Amigos South Campus specific plan area is approximately 172 acres and is subdivided into 4 subdistricts. The subject-specific plan amendment and zoning text amendment only applies to the Flex Tech/Biomedical Subdistrict, which is the area shown yellow here in this map. The Flex Tech Biomedical Subdistrict is intended to complement the Rancho Los Amigos Rehabilitation Center to the north with offices and medical office uses that can provide supportive services to one of the largest rehabilitation centers in the region. The subdistrict encourages grouping a range of light industrial, office, and research uses together to create an innovation hub within Downey. Prior to the adoption of the Rancho Los Amigos South Campus Specific Plan, the land uses within this area were governed by the Rancho Los Amigos Specific Plan, which was adopted in 1985, and the Rancho Los Amigos Business Center Specific Plan, which was adopted in 1988. Both of those specific plans envisioned light industrial and business park uses for this area. In 1990, Los Angeles County entered into a 99-year ground lease with FTC Partners Rancho LP, who is the applicant for this request. FTC Partners Rancho LP then went on to construct 4 business park buildings and 4 warehouse buildings, which are the areas circled in red here. In total, the applicant constructed close to 700,000 square feet of building area. The applicant's lease with the county does not expire until March 27, 2089. Since their construction, the buildings owned by FTC Partners Rancho LP have been operating with various warehouse, distribution, office, and light industrial uses. However, some of the industrial uses that have operated in these buildings became legally non-conforming with the adoption of the Rancho Los Amigos South Campus Specific Plan. The applicant has made significant investments in the Flex Tech Biomedical Subdistrict of the Rancho Los Amigos South Campus Specific Plan area. The applicant has over 64 years remaining on its lease with Los Angeles County. And the buildings currently support a diverse mix of uses, some of which are not permitted within the current specific plan. Adoption of the specific plan in 2021 resulted in many of the industrial business park and warehouse uses becoming non-conforming. As with all non-conforming uses, they are subject to the provisions of Downey Municipal Code Section 9410, which states that non-conforming uses are permitted to continue operations provided they are not discontinued for 180 days, but they are not allowed to expand the use, increase the size of the tenant space, or to relocate to another tenant space. So this request would only apply this request would allow for those existing businesses to remain and to continue. And it's important to note that the property owner, Los Angeles County, has consented and authorized this request. The paragraph here would be added to page 5-5 of the specific plan, which essentially states that the existing uses can continue to operate through the lease period. A sentence that I want to highlight says that such uses and structures may be maintained and repaired through regular maintenance activities, including all necessary exterior, underground utility, and interior maintenance repairs and replacements. Any future remodels and/or tenant improvements shall be reviewed in accordance with the city's routine plan check submittal process. In the event of partial or complete destruction of any pre-existing structures, such structures may be repaired and restored to their previous configuration. So essentially, this is stating that the existing buildings can remain and those existing uses can remain and can be repaired. Additionally, the uses table, Table 5-1 within the specific plan, will have notes added, which are those the text in red here, that for these three particular uses, for parcel delivery terminals, warehouse, and wholesale brokers, jobbers, dealers, and distributors, that those uses can remain or are permitted specifically within existing FTBM buildings, which is then defined within the Downey Municipal Code. However, existing FTBM does not currently exist as a definition, so we also have to do a zoning text amendment to make sure that that referenced definition is actually a definition. So, an existing FTBM building would be an existing building in the Rancho Los Amigos South Campus specific plan within the Flex Tech Biomedical Subdistrict that was established prior to the adoption of the Rancho Los Amigos South Campus specific plan and has operated with either a parcel delivery terminal, warehouse logistics facility, distribution center, dispatch facility, drayage facility, or wholesale brokers, jobbers, dealers, distributors, or any other use established prior to the adoption of the RLA SCP. So essentially, it's only the existing buildings, and it's only if they were previously used for these uses that they could continue to operate with some of these more industrial type uses. I also want to point out that the applicant owns 4 of the warehouse buildings and 4 business park buildings within the sub-district, and all the other buildings are owned by Los Angeles County. Those buildings have not previously contained industrial or these light industrial and business park uses, so those buildings are not subject to this. It's only the buildings that are owned by the applicant which would be subject. And should they choose to sell at some point in the future, because this is now built into the specific plan, that future owner would also have those same land use rights. Staff has reviewed the project for compliance with the California Environmental Quality Act and determined that the project is categorically exempt under CEQA guidelines section 15301, which is existing facilities. And that consists of the operation, repair, maintenance, permitting, leasing, licensing, or minor alteration of existing buildings. It is also exempt under CEQA guidelines section 15061B3, which is the common sense exemption, where it can be seen with certainty that the project will not have the possibility of having a significant effect on the environment. So in this case, the project consists of making text amendments, and it is not changing the existing uses or existing environment. Additionally, the uses were previously analyzed within environmental impact reports, specifically for the Specific Plan 88-1, Specific Plan 85-1, Downey Vision 2025 Comprehensive General Plan Update, and the Specific Plan, it's the Rancho Los Amigos South Campus Specific Plan itself. The project was publicly noticed. It did require a tribal notification because this is a general plan, because it is a specific plan amendment. Tribal notification letters were sent out on July 10th, and the required 90-day consultation period ended on October 8th, 2024, and no requests for consultation were received. It was also publicly noticed on November 7th for the November 20th Planning Commission meeting. It is important to note that at the November 20th Planning Commission meeting, there was a recommendation of 3-0 with 2 commissioners being absent to recommend that the City Council adopt the ordinances before you tonight. And then as of today, to date, there have been no public comments received on this project. So therefore, staff has concluded that all of the required findings can be made in a positive manner. Staff recommends that the City Council introduce an ordinance to approving a specific plan amendment to amend Table 5-1 of the Rancho Los Amigos South Campus Specific Plan, which would allow existing buildings to be used for certain specific industrial uses when located within the Flex Tech Biomedical Subdistrict, and introduce an ordinance approving a zoning text amendment to amend Section 9130 of Article 9 of the Downey Municipal Code to add a definition for existing Flex Tech Biomedical Subdistrict building. That concludes my presentation. I myself and the applicant are available for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Raymer. Do any members of the council have any questions or comments?
I do. Does the applicant have sublease authority?
I'll have to defer to the applicant on that.
Okay. Can we find out?
What do you mean by sublease authority?
So let's say the industries change and you no longer are going to use the buildings for, well, you are leasing them, all right?
Yes.
Okay. Scratch that question. What happens post 2089?
Can we have the applicant come to the podium, please, to answer?
Can we have the applicant come to the podium?
Thank you.
2089, 64 years from now, there's no provisions for a renewal on our part, and the then 99-year-old buildings will revert to the county.
Okay, okay. I do want to commend you on the maintenance of your buildings and landscaping. They look good for that area. Thank you. I have no other questions.
Any other questions or comments from council?
I have none.
Thank you. I will now open this item for public comment. City Clerk Duarte, did we receive any written correspondence to be incorporated into the record?
We did not, Mayor.
Thank you. Members of the audience wishing to address the City Council regarding this public item hearing may come up when your number is called. I will be calling peak number cards for this item. I remind speakers that you have 3 minutes to address the council, and your comments must be regarding the public hearing item only. City Clerk Duarte, how many speakers have taken a number?
1 speaker, Mayor.
Okay. Thank you. Speaker number 1, please come forward.
Um, 2089 is a long ways away. Whether you use the buildings or not, I just wonder, has anybody contacted the applicant and discussed any of this with him? Since it's a he. Is anybody? Anybody? Planning Commission? Anybody? I just think you ought to talk to them first a little bit and get some input from them. Don't just unilaterally do whatever you want to do or whatever the county wants to do. If they've been there a long time, they're doing a good job and they keep the place up, you know, at least hear their input. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now entertain a motion and second to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. So ordered by the mayor. It's now 8:03. Unless there are any comments from the council, I will entertain a motion and second to introduce the ordinances.
If there's no other comments or questions, I will entertain a motion to approve or to accept this, to introduce an ordinance approving this specific plan amendment to amend Table 5.1 of the Rancho Los Amigos South Campus specific plan to allow the existing buildings. And 2, introduce an ordinance approving a zoning text amendment to Section 9130 of Article 9 of the Downey Municipal Code.
And I'll second.
Please vote.
The motion is approved unanimously.
Thank you. We'll now move on to item number 3, implement programs 1.1, 1.3, and 3.3, the City of Downey housing element, 2021 and 2029, by establishing 2 new housing overlay zones, rezoning 1 parcel, APN number 6232-020-004, from single-family residential R1 to multifamily residential R3, modifying and adding new sections to Article 9 land use of the Downey Municipal Code, adopting objective design standards and certifying CEQA negative declaration. So that City Council introduced an ordinance approving zoning text amendments to sections 9302 and 9328 of Article 9 of the Downey Municipal Code to implement new housing overlays of the 2021 to 2029 housing element and certification of a negative declaration. Number 2, introduce an ordinance amending the city's zoning map to rezone 1 parcel, APN number 6232-020-004, from single family to multiple family, and implement new housing overlays of the 2021 to 2029 housing element. And number 3, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Downey approving objective design standards for multifamily residential housing development and mixed-use development. The hour having arrived, the public hearing is now open. Time is now 8:06. City Clerk Duarte, do you have proof of publication?
Yes, Mayor, we do.
Can I have a motion and second to receive and file the publication?
So moved.
Second.
Please vote.
The motion is approved unanimously.
Thank you. City Manager Bradley, is there a staff report?
Yes, Mayor, I'll ask the Community Development Director to introduce this item again. Thank you.
Good evening again. Tonight's item is a very large task that the Community Development Department has been working on for multiple years. Specifically, the housing element requires us to implement various programs, some within very tight timelines, and others we have a little bit more time to carry out. This phase one is the one that has a tighter timeline in order for the city to maintain its its good status with the State Department of Housing and Community Development. We have a certified housing element, and tonight's programs that Laura Stetson, principal with MIG Consulting, will be presenting is phase one of those programs that we're mandated to implement in order to maintain our status. Future meetings in the coming year will include other programs in the housing element where we have a little bit more time to implement, and that we also will be presenting to the Planning Commission in the future and this body, the City Council, as part of our city's comprehensive general plan update. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Laura Stetson. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, Laura Stetson for the record, MIG, Pasadena, California. I apologize that this presentation will dig a little bit deep into some nerdy planning terms, and so I will try to keep those at a minimum. And I know you will have questions because there are, this presentation relates back to some things that have a policy foundation already that the council approved through the housing element, and this is building on that policy foundation. So let's get underway. What we'd like to cover this evening is a little bit of the background and history as to why this is coming before the City Council, to specifically discuss the zoning revisions, which is both a text amendment as well as changes to the zoning map, to talk about the objective design standards, what they are and why they're required and what they'll do, to talk about the Planning Commission's recommendation. There have been two public comments that have been received, and also to conclude with the recommendations to the City Council. And Irma may have mentioned that this is on a timeline, and so this would be a first reading of the ordinance, if that's what the council chooses to do this evening, followed by the second reading, and then an effective date of adoption or effectiveness of the ordinance 30 days after that second reading. The request to you this evening is in response to 3 programs that are in the city's housing element. The housing element is one part of your general plan. It is probably one of the most complicated pieces of the long-range plan, the general plan of the city. It is required to be updated on a regular basis every 8 years, and the city did comply with and adopt its housing element per the state, and it was certified, as we'll talk about in a minute. But there are 3 very specific programs that directed changes to the city's zoning code to ensure that there is adequate capacity to accommodate the city's housing needs over the next 8 or so years. And so this involves establishing 2 new housing overlays that would apply to properties that have an underlying either a commercial zone or a specific plan, or in one case, a light industrial zone, to rezone one parcel from R1 to R3 and to adopt the objective design standards. A little bit of history. The housing element was adopted by the council on October 11th, 2022, and shortly thereafter was certified by the state as being compliant with state law. That's very important because it allows the city to apply for certain transportation and housing grants, and it also guards the city against what are called builder's remedy, essentially a developer coming in and wanting to do pretty much whatever they might want, irrespective of what the general plan and zoning might say. By having the certified housing element, it provides you those protections. The housing element established a requirement that the city plan for 6,525 residential units distributed among various income categories: very low income, low, moderate, and above moderate income. The issue with the housing element was the fact that your current general plan does not provide that capacity for that level of housing development over a number of years. Essentially, let's say that because of the zoning that's in place, there's only a certain number of units that could be built because the zoning caps density, 24 units per acre in multifamily zones, maybe 5 to 6, 7 units per acre in your single-family zones. And there just wasn't the capacity to accomplish this regional housing needs assessment, or RHNA, for the city. The current zoning accommodates roughly 2,000 units of that 6,500, and so quick math, there's about 4,000 additional units that need to be accommodated in some manner. And so the housing element showed how that could be done through rezoning, not just for those 4,000 units, but to build a little buffer in the event that some sites don't meet their full potential. So the general plan, the housing element indicates that there should be rezoning to accommodate roughly 4,400 units. So the specific programs in the housing element to achieve these goals are to rezone and amend land use regulations to allow development to occur. And the housing element indicates that this could be by increasing densities for certain zones, establishing residential overlays, and also enabling by right development, essentially allowing for streamlined review of certain housing projects that meet the city's criteria for quality development. And in particular, for the R3 zone, the Housing Program 1.3 indicates that the maximum density needs to be 30 units per acre, not 24. This is because of some quirks in state law that indicate essentially what's considered a density that would allow affordable housing to be built. For, in Downey's case, a city of your size, that threshold is 30 units per acre. And so that's why that program calls for that 30 units per acre. There is also a program that indicates the city needs to adopt objective design standards. The city has design standards or design guidelines for single-family homes, but the state law requires that there be objective standards for multifamily housing for reasons that I'll go into. Also, there are state laws that come into place, many state laws, but city staff wanted to highlight 3 of them. The first one being AB 1397. This is the clock, the shot clock, if you will, that I mentioned, is that there is an absolute deadline from which the city needs to adopt the housing element programs, and it's 3 years and 120 days from when the city was supposed to have adopted its housing element. That was in October of 2021, and so that's what gets us to 3 years and 120 days where we are right now. There is also a requirement that a city maintain zoning capacity to achieve this regional housing needs number, those 6,500 units, essentially a no net loss rule, so that's why we've got that buffer built in. And then there are laws that indicate, AB 72, that if a city fails to follow through on its promises, the state can revoke its certification. And so it's important to play by the rules and adopt the programs as promised. I'm going to pause there for a moment just to make sure everybody's got their thoughts collected on this, because I'm going to get into the detail of what these proposed changes to the zoning code are. The first is there are 2 new overlay zones that will be introduced and adopted if that's the council's direction this evening. These give property owners the ability to do something in addition to their property. If they have a commercial property, that's your underlying zone. That use can stay. You can do another commercial use if you want there. But with the overlay zone, a property owner could also opt to build housing or a mixed-use project. And so that's what the overlay does. There are 2 overlays. The first establishes a density range of 18 to 40 units per acre, so that would allow you to build townhomes all the way up to what I would call garden style or stacked flat apartments. And we'll get into the development standards in a minute, but it's really the type of multifamily housing that you see in Downey today. The second overlay, interestingly, just applies a 30 unit per acre factor to that housing overlay. Now, a property owner can deviate from that, but if any owner chooses to build within the HOU1, within that density range, they can do that as a matter of right. If they want to do something lower or higher, it kicks it into a discretionary process. And you might have questions about that, and we'll come back to that.
Yeah.
In the HOU2 overlay, if somebody wants to build fewer than 30 units per acre or 31 plus units per acre, that kicks it into a discretionary process as well.
Mayor, may I ask a quick question? It's just a lot of information.
Yes.
Thank you. Really quick, that 18 to 40 units, it's decided just to complete what's required that we need to build, or is that a decision that, how did it come up, the 18 to 40 units?
There's two parts to your question, I think, that inherent in it. First of all, I want to mention that there is no requirement ever that a property owner build those units. It's just giving them the option to do that. The 18 to 40 provides the range that will allow the city to meet its to achieve the capacity of that 6,500 units. If somebody wants to build more, they can, but they can't do it as a matter of right. It would require a review by the Planning Commission.
Okay.
Does that answer your question, Mr. Ortiz?
Just so they're required, they're allowed to, so we can't make a decision, say, okay, we want less in this area, because then we're not going to meet those requirements that by state we're allowed to.
Somebody can submit an application for something in the 18 to 40 range if they wish, and it would not come through a public review process. It would not go to the Planning Commission or ultimately the City Council. It would be a staff level review with subject to something that we're going to talk about in a little bit. So you would not see those applications. If somebody wanted to build more than 40 or fewer than 18, that would go to the Planning Commission. In the HOU2 zone, if it's something other than 30 units per acre, it would go to the Planning Commission for review and Council on Appeal.
Did you also ask whether we were required to do this, correct? Is that what you're asking?
That's a huge range difference between 18 to 40. So that's where I'm most confused of like where that number came from, 18 to 40. That's a huge difference.
Let me answer that more thoroughly when we get through the Q&A, if we could, because I want to consult with my colleague Jose Rodriguez on that. But basically, the requirement is because we need that capacity to achieve the RENA.
Yeah. Without the delta there, we're not going to be able to make up the difference in the housing units that we need to plan for in our community. Please.
Yes, through the mayor, if I may elaborate on the question asked by Councilmember Ortiz. The number of units that we're planning for are across many parcels throughout the city. When staff was developing the housing element to submit to HCD, to the state, we looked at each parcel, or what staff did is we look at each parcel, we look at the size, we look at constraints that exist on the parcel. Are there, for example, utility lines that would constrain the maximum number of units that would be developed on that parcel? Is there more narrow parcels? Are there larger ones that could accommodate more units? And through that, believe it or not, the state does expect that a staff member will calculate the number of units that would be associated with that parcel. There's a lot of hypotheticals that go into planning, and we're obligated to take that best professional guesstimate as to how many units can be accommodated on that parcel. And because of the size of the parcel and the number of units that we're assigning to that parcel, then staff develops a density, a number of units per acre. And so the range is between 18 and 40 because we have a large range of parcels that we've done this exercise on. And so the 18 to 40 dwelling units basically is for Downey, and that range being across many parcels results in us being able to potentially achieve the number of units that are assigned to us that are called RENA.
And Mr. Mayor, just a clarification too, for the benefit of those at home listening, this doesn't mean between 18 and 40 units on a particular parcel. It's 18 to 40 units per acre. So if somebody has a half acre parcel, say 20,000 square feet, they could get maybe 9 to 20 units. So it depends on the size of the parcel. It's based on a per acre basis, not a per parcel basis. I think that's an important distinction. The uses that would be permitted through this overlay zone, and the P means it would be permitted as a matter of right. SPR means it would be subject to the site plan review process. Both multifamily housing, essentially anything more than one unit on a lot, so it could be a duplex, a triplex, townhomes, garden apartments, condominiums within those density ranges. There's also a quirk in state law that I can come back to if you want to, but there also is a requirement that any project that is 100% residential and is proposing at least 20% of those units as affordable units, meaning deed-restricted affordable units, that has to be permitted by right as well. And this is something every city and county throughout California is required to do. Mixed use would also be permitted within the HOU2 overlay zone, not in the HOU1. So if a developer wanted to build a project that combines commercial and residential, they could do that in the HOU2 zone. The development standards for these two new overlay zones pretty much mirror what you have for your R3 multifamily zoning today. So this is not a new zones that would allow for really tall buildings or buildings that cover a lot of the lot, don't have any open space. Indeed not. They would be limited to 35 feet or 3 stories. They would have to provide parking like all of their multifamily housing. Open space would be required to create the quality living environments that Downey expects, and your setbacks would be about the same. And if anybody has any questions about the specific development standards, we can come back to those. So these maps, which we'll go through in a little bit of detail and can come back to if you have questions, indicate those areas that are proposed for rezoning, meaning either the HOU1 or the HOU2 would apply to those properties. And there's also one property that would be is proposed to be rezoned from single family to multifamily. The first grouping of parcels are along Paramount Boulevard. And you can see that this would apply to, not to big stretches of property, but really to particular parcels that have been identified based on the use that's there today. Several of these, not just along this corridor, but along the other corridors that we're looking at are what I would call strip commercial centers that may have some challenges today, may not fully utilized, not fully being upkept, and maybe if there is some incentive to do something a little bit more with that, it might encourage the property owner to do something different. But also looking, are these properties appropriately sized, not encumbered in any way to allow for housing. So that on Paramount Boulevard is the first grouping. The second grouping is at the northwest end of town, as you see near the Rio Hondo Golf Club, on Paramount and Florence, and also on Culpeper, no, Old River School Road. This I wanted to spend a little bit of time discussing. This is at the Downey Landing Promenade that the overlay would propose. And you think, my goodness, that's a relatively brand new shopping center. Why would overlays be allowed there? It would not be to replace any of those commercial uses that are there, but to provide opportunity to put housing in the parking lot areas if the shopping center owner chose to do that. Not losing any of the parking that would be associated with the commercial uses, but building structures or other things to make sure that parking could be provided for both uses. So that is what is proposed there. And then as you see, similar to some of the other corridors, there are some commercial centers that are called out as potential areas for rezoning. The same thing applies to Stonewood as it does the Landing. This is an existing shopping center. There is a lot of surface parking out there, and if the property owner chose to increase value of the property by putting housing there, Again, while retaining the commercial parking that's required, that opportunity would be there. The other piece there is the Honda Center, which I think, Irma, there are plans anyway not to have that continue there, and if there's a question about that, we can come back to that as well. And lastly, a couple of other little commercial strip centers along Telegraph Boulevard, right there on the border with Pico Rivera. And then the last rezoning would be for a site on Stewart and Gray, which is currently a vacant property zoned R1, and it's proposed to be R3, which is similar to properties that are across the street, just to provide some additional capacity there. I mentioned that properties within those density ranges could be approved as a matter of right, meaning at staff level, under the condition that they meet all of the development standards that we just shared with you that would be in the zoning code, in addition to a set of design standards. So these would be things that would address architecture, site planning, landscaping, and the city is not proposing that these regulations be codified, but they be adopted by resolution, yet have the same weight, if you will, so that the developer would be required to comply with the zoning code standards as well as the objective design standards. This is in response to state laws that say a body cannot deny a project, a residential project, if it meets objective design standards. And those mean standards that are quantifiable and measurable, and that two reasonable people could agree as to what that says. This is to create clarity, to define expectations for the developer, and to help streamline the process by using essentially a textbook of what the city's expectations are, very clearly illustrated, both in text and illustrations. So this is to comply with state law, to create efficiency, certainty. I think the foremost thing to keep in mind is it is to ensure that when somebody comes into Downey, they know what the city's expecting for high-quality design, and they can't move forward with a project unless it complies with these objective design standards. And the city has said, we want to make sure that what is coming in fits in this community, is of high quality, and really will add value over the long term, and provides the housing that is needed in the community. An objective design standard means, as I said, one, that two reasonable people could agree what it says. Subjective standards, which you might see today, says, okay, the new property needs to, provide visual interest, not be overly busy. I think that's hard to understand exactly what that's saying, or it's saying that things like spacing and proportion should be considered. That creates quite a bit of wiggle room. What an objective standard does is it applies the shalls, just like a code would, what is required to be done, and it also gives options. Now, we provided a couple of illustrative graphics here. It is not a mandate that says you've got to do all these things, because that would create projects that all look the same. The objective design standards provide options to the developers. It might say, here are 5 things that need to be done. You can choose 3 of them. So it's giving flexibility, but as we said again, clarity and certainty. So if you've had a chance to look through the objective design standards document that was given to you, you can see that it focuses on things that are not in the zoning code: site design, architecture, a little bit more definition on landscaping, and then those little extra details that help make a development just right. So the design standards, the site design standards indicate how buildings need to orient towards the street, how you need to make sure that pedestrians can move from the parking areas to front doors without being run over by cars, and just a lot of good, sensible site design, site planning things. Where open space needs to be. Don't make open space just that last thing that you throw in because it fit in that dark corner in the back of the development. It needs to be someplace where it can be seen, where it's usable, where it's a good size, where sunlight comes in, if it's outdoor space. So those are the types of standards that you see. With regard to design, you might think, my goodness, how can you regulate architecture? Well, the design guidelines don't say this needs to be a ranch style or a colonial or a craftsman, but it indicates how a building facade needs to be broken up so that it's interesting, how window and door treatments need to be something more than just, the ordinary, that you need to mix materials and colors. If it's a parking structure, it needs to be a really great looking parking structure, not just concrete. And for mixed use, if you're providing ground floor mixed use, non-residential, that it really needs to draw in people and interact with pedestrians as they go by. So to make it something that adds to the community and adds, just like you see in downtown area where you've got some mixed uses. Landscaping, the city has pretty darn good landscaping standards already in the code, including ones that address synthetic turf. So there's just one page in the objective design standards that say, go see the code. That's where all the good landscaping standards are. And then I mentioned there are those little details that sometimes aren't thought about until the last moment, but need to be integrated into a project. Where do you put the utilities? How do you screen utility equipment? How do you screen garbage areas? How can those garbage collection areas be really accessible to people who are using them, as well as pickup areas? Where do you put the mailboxes? Can you make sure that they're just not ugly mailboxes? And how do you make sure that outdoor lighting is an integral part of the development and works well with the development? To help both city staff and developers, the objective design standards have a checklist so that the developer, when he or she is submitting an application, they will be submitting the checklist with it, showing how they comply with the objective design standards, and it'll make it really easy for staff to check their work, to check the developer's work, that is. Any short questions on the objective design standards before we wrap up with Planning Commission recommendations and public comments?
I do. I have a question. For these, question maybe from our residents. How do we ensure that new developments still fit within, the city's historical charm and that they look like they fit with the city, and that we don't have a hodgepodge of different types of designs that, based on the checklist, they meet. Everything on the checklist meets what the standards we've set forth. But I think that the big question and the concern at times from residents that have been in Downey for many years, and residents that move into Downey, is because of its charm, and they're still looking at this feel of community.
That was foremost when we were putting the objective design standards together. They recognize that these need to ensure that the development is quality. The one thing it doesn't do is dictate architectural style. It's a little bit more difficult to do for multifamily housing. I think for your single-family design guidelines, there are specific recommended styles. There aren't for multifamily. Mm-hmm. But there are things in the objective design standards that require building articulation. So
right, yes, I heard that during your presentation. But again, I think one of the concerns is, especially as we know, it's a mandate. These RHNA numbers that we have to adhere to. How do we, again, as a council, how do we make sure that we're also we're listening to our residents, and as we move forward in the future, when we are looking at these potential developments and reviewing them, we cannot say no if they're meeting the standards. But at the same time, can we, there's got to be a way that we can dictate what is being built in our community.
Let me have our Community Development Director take a stab at that question.
Yes, I can address. This has actually been a topic of discussion during our check-in biweekly meetings that we have for this very big project. So what you have before you, the ODS, the Objective Design Standards, is a snapshot of other work that we're doing with regard to community design and ensuring long-term compatibility and sensitivity to the history of Downey. So another part of our project is we have engaged with another sub-consultant that specializes in historic preservation planning. As part of the general plan update and all the work that we're doing, that's really fun, by the way, is we're developing a local historic preservation program. And through the technical experts that we now have access to, we're developing something that's called historic context statements. And what those statements will do is they will catalog the timelines of development of the city of Downey. And part of that is identifying portions of the city's built environment, buildings, structures, layouts, neighborhoods that have a lot of history in Downey. Part of that is documenting that so that the city can identify what are some of the prevalent architectural styles, what are some neighborhoods that may have developed during a certain time period together. And the importance of that is to understand how the built environment needs to be respected when you introduce new construction. So as part of that is understanding what we have now, being able to document, see it, photograph it, make it into a living document. We're going to be developing a GIS story map that visualizes different sections of the city. How did they develop? What is still there that reflects those development periods? And then we're going to marry them with the objective design standards through a tool that we have in the objective design standards where the department can establish materials that are preferred for certain types of multifamily development. A big part of compatibility is not only what Laura is mentioning, which is the general planner speak of modulation, articulation, being translated into setbacks, height, massing, but complementary materials and having pre-selected material types that we would introduce as in certain neighborhoods, for example, that have historical significance that we find were during that period, these certain types of materials were used. We would want to have pre-selected materials that would be used when projects are introduced in those areas. That is one way that we're marrying respecting history and massing and existing Downey with new development. If I may, one more comment.
Yes, of course.
This is the fun part of my job. The other part is we're also developing, separate from all of this, is architectural style guides that catalog the different types of historical prevalent architectural styles that Downey is really proud of, and that is to, as part of a local historic preservation program, is to promote education through understanding the resources that we have in Downey. And this will be an educational material that can be used by realtors, by homeowners, by counter staff, and through all of that education, we're hoping to be able to introduce new development, but at the same time respect the community that we have in Downey.
Thank you, Irma. That's exactly, you hit the nail on the head in terms of what I was looking for, because I would hate to see in the same, the same big avenue, one multi-development that is, mid-century modern, and then the next block over something that is more along the style of, ranch homes. I think it's important for the community to, we value, those of us that have been here for so many years, we value the history of this city and also the various neighborhoods and how unique they are. And so I know that I want our residents to also know that there is a considerable amount of thought being put into this process.
Thank you. And if I may just add that the objective design standards, we also have spoken as a team that there'll be a time where we're going to be looking at making possibly adjustments in the future if we see that something is not clear, we need additional clarification, and that is part of the resolution as well, as to allow modifications so that we can refine as needed.
Mr. Mayor, thank you for letting me break up the meeting a little bit in that manner. We're down the home stretch. The Planning Commission held, before they had a public hearing, we did conduct a study session with the Planning Commission so we could have a more casual dialogue about the objective design standards and what they were looking to achieve. We got feedback from the Planning Commission as a result of the study session that allowed us to tweak the objective design standards before they went through the formal public hearing process, which occurred on December 4th. No members of the public spoke. The Planning Commission did recommend adopting resolutions to revise the zoning map, as we presented to you this evening, to amend the zoning code to establish the new housing overlays and to establish the objective design standards through adoption of a resolution, not in the code. In response to publication of the objective design standards and notice of the hearing this evening, the city staff did receive 2 comments. The first concerning a proposed overlay zone at 9449 Nance Avenue. There was concern whether or not this would involve an eminent domain action on the part of the city. The answer is no. As I mentioned, that the overlay zone gives the property owner the option to keep the use that they have there today, to build a new use consistent with whatever the underlying zoning is, or to use the advantage of the housing overlay to do something different. There was also a request to remove the property at 10456 Downey Avenue from the overlay zone, and I will let staff address that. We can come back to that. Irma, did you want to address that now?
Yes, I can address that. That comment has also been addressed. Thank you.
Was that about the McDougal house that we all heard about? Is that what we're right there?
Yes, that's correct. There was clarifying information that the comment came from the neighboring property, not the actual property that is part of the housing overlay. And the current property is already zoned R3. It already has a general plan designation of multifamily, so we're not changing the designation from, for example, a single family to multifamily. We're just adjusting the range to be within the density compliance with the state.
So the property is already zoned for R3?
Correct.
What does that mean? Irma, can you tell us, as an R3 zone property, how many units potentially can be built there already?
I would need a few minutes in order to look at that specific parcel and see how many units are assigned to it. I can come back to that question.
Is it generally up to 18?
The R3 is, for the housing overlay, would be the 30, maybe Laura can clarify.
No, before the overlay, it's 18.
Before the overlay.
It's 18 to 24 per acre currently, and I don't know what the size of the property is.
So you could already have numbers.
And it's been in R3 since?
I'd have to get back to you on since how long, but that property hasn't not been recently zoned R3.
Okay, so it's R3, it'll remain R3. We're not expanding them with units, but as far as we know, potentially somebody can do up to 18 already.
Correct. But there is a proposal with the overlay to allow that number of maximum units to increase.
Okay.
Which we get credit for that in our arena numbers by doing that.
And we haven't heard from the specific owner?
I don't believe we have any comments from them at all.
We have not from the owner, no.
Thank you. I do want to acknowledge that former Planning Commissioner Jim Rodriguez reached out to probably several of us on that.
Yes.
And sorry, Mr. Rodriguez, it looks like it's already in R3, but thank you for that concern. Thank you.
Adoption of an ordinance is a project subject to review under the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, and there was a CEQA review performed for this project, tearing off of the prior work that was done for the housing element. This project is implementing policies and programs that were established by the housing element back in 2022. Tribal consultation, as required by law, was conducted and has been concluded. And with that, city staff would like to recommend that the city council, Mr. Mayor, do I need to read all of these, or is it for the matter of the record?
Yeah, I don't think so. We see it. I don't think you need to read it, right?
And it's in the staff report, so.
No, staff's just removing the recommendation as listed in the staff report.
Right.
Thank you.
I have one question on the presentation.
Does that conclude your?
That concludes the presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Stetson. Before I defer to my colleagues, I do have a quick question. I'm curious, have any municipalities pushed back on Sacramento for these additional housing requirements? And if so, have any of them been successful?
I'll take this question here. This is something that a number of jurisdictions have actually tried to push back on RENA, on the RENA allocation, have tried to, or be late on their housing element adoption. The state has come down pretty hard on jurisdictions that have been in that category. The HCD has come down, and we've actually had a lawyer already call us to try to find out when our due date was for the adoption of this element, with the indication that if we weren't going to meet that deadline, they were ready to sue. And one of the big things that was mentioned earlier, that if we don't have a compliant housing element in place, the builder's remedy takes place, which means that developers can come in and we lose our housing housing authority, and they can do whatever they want. So these standards would not apply at all. They could have twice as much if they wanted to. So just to kind of give a little bit of background on that. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, City Manager Bradley. I had to ask. Do any of my colleagues have any additional questions or comments?
Well, that was going to be my comment on this AB 72. A lot of our residents are asking, why are we doing it? It's a state mandated new laws. And as it said here, and you put that the HCD can review and revoke our certification of element. My question was going to be, so they revoke it. What happens then? And I think you just answered that, Roger.
We lose control.
Yes.
Downey will no longer have
That's what I wanted
control.
the residents to hear, yeah.
And you know what? And I think it's important for us to, again, be vocal about this. I know a lot of our residents, we hear from them, and that's our job, that they complain that, recent councils, all they want to do is develop, that we must be in the hands of the developers. No, please. It really is that Sacramento is mandating all municipalities to meet the housing deficit, and we must have these conversations, and we must have these new zoning overlays to meet that mandate.
Great, thank you. Any other comments or questions from the council? I will now open this item up for public comment. City Clerk Duarte, did we receive any written correspondence to be incorporated into the record?
Yes, Mayor, we did. We received 2 written emails, one from Alan Arambula, who commented in objection to the proposed action and location for affordable housing development projects, and also from Jim Rodriguez, who requested to exclude the McDougal residents at Cherokee and Downey Avenue from the proposed overlay zoning. And that is all, Mayor.
Thank you, City Clerk. Can I have a motion and second to receive and file written public comment?
So moved.
Second.
Please vote.
The motion is approved unanimously.
Thank you. Members of the audience wishing to address the City Council regarding the public hearing item may come up when your number is called. I will be calling purple numbered cards for this item. I remind speakers you have 3 minutes to address the council, and your comments must be regarding the public hearing item only. City Clerk Duarte, how many speakers have taken a number?
I have 2, Mayor.
Thank you. Speaker number 1, please come forward.
We have 2. Maybe I can get 6 minutes if I have the interpreter. Can I get 6 minutes so everybody understands what I'm saying? No? Okay.
You don't speak Spanish, do you?
Poquito. Wow. Rezoning. My question is, since community development can't get this done, we have to hire MIG as a consultant to come in. I wonder how much we're paying MIG to tell us we don't have capacity in this city to reach the 6,500 threshold of residents or dwellings. So we're going to demolish single-family dwellings and come up with these little creative ways to do it, and put ADUs in, and maybe let's put them by the commercial businesses too. How about Shake Shack They got a lot of space around it. Just cut off their drive-through because they're going to be closing pretty soon anyway, just like the other 5 in LA did. Oh, that's right. They thought they were going to come out here from back east and take over for In-N-Out, but that didn't work too well. So, yeah, the newness is wore off at Shake Shack, but the DDIA got their 1% out of the new construction over there, right? It's all good, I guess. Well, now we got to scramble to reach the 6,500 house threshold. And we can't do it because we never could do it to begin with. So why did you even sign on to it? Oh, I know. Gavin Newsom told you had to do it. Well, look at Gavin Newsom now. All these Democrat Party policies are coming home to roost now. They're coming home to roost now. And he don't even care. You should see him. He's laughing about what's going on. He's happy because now they're going to bring in their developer friends and reimagine what can be built in the Pacific Palisades. That's what he said the other day. Can you imagine that? This guy could care less. He talked to the governor in Hawaii like they did in Lahaina. Those people wouldn't sell out. They didn't want to go along with this affordable housing thing, so they burned them out too. That's exactly what they did. He withheld the water. He said, our reservoirs are full. Well, why didn't you run the water down to the reservoirs here that needed it? Because he didn't care. That's not part of the plan. And he left all the forage out there to burn up too. And now it's a sad show. California is crumbling. We don't have the space for his mandates. And you guys don't push back at all.
Thank you. Speaker number 2, please come forward.
Hello, members of the City Council. Hearing the primary speaker, I don't see the fairness in this parcel, that parcel, this parcel, that parcel. It should go by the whole city. Any lot in the city of Downey of substantial size should be allowed to build. We don't go by this parcel can do this, but somebody else in the city cannot. This is nonsense. It violates the 14th Amendment of the Constitution on equal protection under the law. All parcels in the city of Downey should be treated equally. Not with the aesthetics of this one and that one and this parcel number. They need all property owners need to be treated fairly. Would you agree? Open question. Would you agree?
We're not allowed to have a conversation. This is your public comment.
Okay, very good. Do you agree with the 14th Amendment of the Constitution?
We need you to leave the card, please. Thank you.
Thank you. I will entertain a motion and a second to close the public hearing.
Second.
Okay. Sorted by the mayor. Unless there are any comments from the council, I will entertain a motion and a second to introduce the ordinances and adopt the resolution.
I make a motion to introduce the ordinance for this overlay.
I'll second.
Please vote.
Just if I may interject for the record, Councilmember Fermetta, there are 3 components to this recommended action,
yes.
2 ordinances and a resolution. Just so the record is clear as to the contents of the motion, I would recommend stating it with particularity.
Thank you. I make a motion to introduce an ordinance approving the zoning text amendment to sections 9302 of and 9328 of Article 9 of the Downey Municipal Code to implement the new housing overlays of the 2021 through 2029 housing element and certification of a negative declaration. Number 2, introduce an ordinance amending the city's zoning map to rezone one parcel, APN 6232020004, from single-family residential to multiple-family residential. And 3, adopt resolution number 258287, approving objective design standards for multifamily residential housing development and mixed-use development.
And I'll second.
Please vote.
The motion is approved unanimously.
Thank you. I will now take public comment on agenda, consent, calendar, and non-agenda items. If you did not receive a number card and wish to speak, please proceed to the back of the room and be issued a number card by city staff. I will be calling blue number cards for the public comment period. Before we begin the public comment period, I would like to remind members of the audience that the city's meeting rules contained in the Downey Municipal Code prohibit any conduct that disrupts, disturbs, or interferes with the orderly conduct of the meeting. Copies of the meeting rules are located in the back of the chambers. Members of the audience and speakers who violate these rules and cause a disruption will receive one warning and then may be removed from the meeting. Violations of the rules of decorum for council meetings may also result in administrative fine under the municipal code or citation for a misdemeanor under Penal Code Section 403. The City Council acknowledges the right of the public to address issues that are within the city's jurisdiction and invites the public to do so during the City Council meeting. However, this right must be balanced with the needs of the City Council to conduct the public business in a fair and efficient manner, free from disruption or disturbance. We expect that everyone who participates in today's meeting, from the members of the council here on the dais to staff, to the members of the public in attendance, do so with respect and dignity. Please refrain from using profanity, name-calling, or behaving in a way that disrupts this meeting. This includes yelling, whistling, booing, screaming, and any other outburst that disrupts or disturbs the meeting. Any conduct that interferes with or disrupts persons who are addressing the City Council, and any conduct that interferes with or disrupts council members while they are speaking, and any other conduct that disrupts, disturbs, or interferes with the orderly conduct of the meeting. Attacks of a personal nature on city staff or city council members that have no connection to agenda items or non-agenda items. And I will remind speakers that your comments must be addressed to me directly and not to any other council member, city staff, or the audience. City Clerk Duarte, did we receive any written public comment to be incorporated into the record?
Yes, Mayor, we have one written public comment from Sergio Proa requesting an update on when the Furman Baseball Lights project will begin. As previously allocated funds have yielded no recent progress, and we have waited too long. And that is all, Mayor.
Thank you. Is there a motion and a second to receive and file written public comment?
So moved.
Second.
Please vote.
The motion is approved unanimously.
City Clerk Duarte, how many speakers have taken a number?
We have 5, Mayor.
Based on the number of speakers, each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the City Council. I remind all speakers that you must remain seated until your number is called. Speaker number 1, please come forward.
Lee Squire, Vietnam era veteran, civil rights advocate. First Amendment freedoms, federal civil rights. Mayor and City Council. I will be addressing 2 items that I will be addressing directly to the mayor. Holocaust Remembrance Day, January 27, 2025. This is the recognition of the Nazi concentration camp Auschwitz. 6 million Jews were murdered during the Nazi occupation of the European nations. This extermination of the Jews was called the final solution. I'm asking the mayor to recognize the Jewish temple near Tamid. This is in honor of the World War II Allied forces that liberated all of the Nazi concentration camps, but I'm asking you to recognize the temple near Tamid of the Jewish community in honor of Auschwitz. Martin Luther King Jr. Day, January 20, 2025. This honors who I consider as the father of the civil rights movement and resulting Civil Rights Act of 1964. Blacks and others were murdered and beaten during the civil rights movement. This was during the Vietnam War, where blood was shed, defending the First Amendment freedoms where blood was shed in America. I'm asking that a member of the Black community receive some recognition by you, Mr. Mayor, in honor of MLK Day, both of these being at the next council meeting. I'm also asking that the invocation also be done by a member of the Jewish community and a member of the Black community on, again, January the 28th of 2025. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, speaker number 2, please come forward.
Hi, everyone. I'm Steve Robertson. I'm a volunteer for the Y, and my partner here, come on, Dan. Dan Powell is an employee with the YMCA, and we wanted to come tonight. Before I start, let me say this. When I come to these council meetings, all the people on that side of the room, if I had the authority, I would give you all sainthood. I just don't know how you do it. It just amazes me. I gain a new respect every time I come. We wanted to come tonight to, one, thank the city for helping us with the new Y facility that we're building. We also want to give you an update on where we are with the Y. We're closed also, but the Y is still involved here. In the city, we're still doing before school care and after school care at several of the school sites. So even though we're closed, the Y is still involved in the city. And an update as to where we are, about 2 to 3 weeks ago, we received a notice that we're going to receive a $5 million gift to go toward the Y. It's a tax credit, but it's money in the bank so we can build the Y. That puts us at just over $21 million. The cost to the new Y with the one pool, the regular pool, is $22.5 million. So right now we're $1.5 million short of having the money to build the Y. In order for us to assure that we get that tax credit, that $5 million tax credit, we need to have the balance of the project pledged by the end of this month. So we've got 2 months to get another $1.5 million pledged, not paid, but
2 weeks.
2 weeks. Yeah, we've got 2 weeks. So we're down to the wire, but we don't want to lose the $5 million that was just given to us, because that's gonna really set us back. We would have been way ahead. We would have been ahead of schedule, but one of the politicians that pledged $3 million, that got cut back to $850,000. So that set us back a little bit, but we're right there, and we're here to ask the city, hopefully, to help us if you can, additionally, and then maybe put us on the agenda for the following council meeting. And I don't know how you do that to make that work, but if you can put us on the agenda for next time, Dan and I will come back and we will set through another meeting, but we were asking that the city really consider helping us, and hopefully if we get this $1 million pledge, we won't be back here asking for more help. And Roger, your group has been absolutely wonderful to us in this process with planning. So do you have anything, Dan?
No, thank you all very much.
So thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Speaker number 3, please come forward.
May I, Mr. Mayor, in light of the request, may I ask that they be placed on our next agenda for our meeting on the 28th? Is there a second?
Yes, I'll second.
Thank you.
Speaker number 3.
Well, a lot happening tonight, more than I expected, more than we ever get a chance to. Censorship, suppression of First Amendment, we should turn that camera back on. There's no reason to keep it off during public comments. At least no reason that was claimed it needed to be turned off. The YMCA, it's a tough one. My kids all went through it. It was a great program. But lately, a disturbing factor has been involved in that they have adopted a concept called social emotional learning. That is the woke-tard verbiage that you'll get to teach the LGBTQ stuff, and two men can have a baby, a man can change into a woman, all that sort of stuff. Or they need protection because people are running around the streets wanting to kill transgender people, which is an absolute lie. There's nothing to that at all. But, and then the housing. You asked the question, Mr. Mayor, if there was any pushback. Well, what has our assembly member done? The first Latina city council member here in Downey, the first Latina mayor in Downey. What has she done as an assembly member to push back? Absolutely nothing. She goes along with whatever Gavin Newsom wants. She even supported AB 1955, which allows schools and other programs to take away children and protect them if they want to transgender without their parents' knowledge. She supports that. She signed on to it twice. Can you believe that? Hard to believe, huh? No, she's not pushing back on anything. What you need to do is start changing course. There's big changes coming. Your liberal Democrat policies are failures, big failures. The corruption that you participate in is coming to an end. We know Measure D. We know no rank and file officers are going to get one dime of that money. We're not going to get any more officers for public safety. Not one. Measure S passed in 2016. We had 124 officers. And then we were told we had to pass Measure D also. We're going to add police officers. Well, how many do we have still? 124. Nothing has changed, except we got a 0.75% sales tax increase. But that's all you on the council have ever done, is raise our taxes and fees. Change course.
Okay, speaker number 4, please come forward.
Hello, my name is Gloria Vasquez, and I came today. Okay, I came today. I live here in Downey for 20 years, and the property I'm living right now, I've been living for 11 years, and I've been asking since Ed. I guess people know who was Ed, who worked upstairs, for engineer to put cement in front of my house because parents with strollers has to get out to the street to pass because the grass, my grass, is very damaged when they did construction outside. And people handicapped with walkers, wheelchairs, even myself, who my mom has a wheelchair, is really hard to take it to the car when I park outside. And I was told 10 years ago that when you guys have a new project next to my house, they're gonna put cement. My neighbor doesn't allow nobody to walk in her grass, and we understand 3 feet belongs to the city, but she doesn't let nobody walk through there. So every person who passed by has to get outside. And you guys have the issue that this street, even you guys have a meter for speeding, it doesn't do anything. People goes there by 55 or 60. The police doesn't give tickets. They hit my car 3 times. My neighbor, his dog got killed by a car. They have crashed into 2 houses, and I guess the police know that by the reports. And still, this meter doesn't do anything. So, I mean, until somebody dies, then you guys gonna figure out what to do. Because Brookshire is a street with, we know that they speed. And I don't understand why you guys don't wanna put cement. When I talk to the city, they say, well, 3 feet belongs to the city, and then the other one is yours unless you donate. I say I donate 5 feet. Because I want people to be able to walk. I want to be able to get my mom in the wheelchair to my car. That's one thing, okay? And I don't know how you guys gonna give me an answer. I don't wanna wait 10 more years for that if I still live in the city. The other thing, it might sound silly, but it's not. I wanna know, and I wanna ask you guys, why is this city so sad in Christmas? Why you guys can't even put a light in the streets? It's the only city I see without a Christmas light. The only light that I see is a Christmas tree here. I don't understand. Would you guys have a budget to decorate 20 years in this city? I don't see a light. It's really sad in Christmas. This city is ugly in Christmas. I don't know how many of you guys live in the city, but I don't think it's fair for the people who pay taxes and live in the city. The only thing I saw is a fire truck with a woman saying, hi, 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 which we don't know who was that woman in Christmas. I don't think that's fair. I don't think that's fair.
Thank you.
We'll ask our Public Works Director to follow up with the resident. Thank you.
Speaker number 5, please come forward.
Hello. Yeah, I just came here for the item 3, but as long as I'm here, I've got a assignment for our new chief, Anthony. I suggested to some of the fire agencies a long time ago a unique way to fight fires, but, you know, in one ear and out the other. They won't listen to you unless you have a firefighting background, so they'll listen to our new chief, Anthony. But in areas where it's hilly and it's full of brush, I suggested somewhere up the hill you put some plastic tanks there and you fill them full of water. And when the fire comes up the hill, it'll burn through the plastic tank and all the water will come out and help knock down the fire. But, you know, you got to be somebody cool. You know, I'm not like, nah, he's cool. They'll listen to him if he calls them, and they'll return his phone call and they'll listen to him. They won't listen to me. Same thing when you call the Downey Police Department. If you're a citizen and you talk to a detective, he's too important to return your call. But if you're cool and you say, hey, I'm a captain at Burbank PD, they'll return your call. So, and on another item, there was a book written years ago, How to Build a Fireproof House. Basically what it is you just build it full of brick and stuff it full of rebar, and you don't put any wood in it, and those houses will not burn. Every year we got to see this. The news chopper goes by the area destroyed, and all you see is the chimneys sticking up. The brick doesn't burn, okay? As a suggestion for you, Anthony, suggest that. How to Build a Fireproof House. It was written by Leo Dulac years ago. It should be submitted to Governor Newsom, and I'll spring for buying him a copy if he'll read it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there a motion and a second to close public comment?
Make a motion.
Second.
Thank you. Now is the time for consent calendar items.
Mayor, item number 5 is being pulled this evening by city staff and will return to the city council at a future council meeting.
Thank you, City Clerk. Are there any council members that would like to remove or abstain from an item?
Motion to approve the consent calendar.
With excluding item number 5? Yes.
Okay. There was a motion and a second. Please vote.
The consent calendar is approved with item number 5 being pulled for a future meeting.
Thank you. There are 3 administrative reports this evening. First one, item number 15, appointments of the city council members to the intergovernmental agencies and council subcommittees for 2025. That the city council approve the city council appointments to the intergovernmental agencies and council subcommittees for 2025. City Manager Bradley, is there a staff report for item number 15?
Yes, Mayor, this item is related to the annual appointments of city council members to various intergovernmental agencies and council subcommittees, and I will turn it over to the council for conversation.
Thank you. I do have a comment, Mayor Sosa, and that is on the City Council intergovernmental agency assignments. Number 7 is the I-5 JPA, Joint Powers Authority. I've been serving as the chair for the past couple of years, and I would like to continue my role in that capacity. We have made tremendous progress with several projects related to freeway redesign, including the 605, and we've been discussing the I-5, and that had a lot to do with some properties that would have been impacted in my district. So I would like to continue to serve on that committee.
Number 7?
That is number 7. I would like to continue to serve as primary. I know this last time I was primary and Councilmember Ortiz was secondary. I don't know if he would like to remain status quo from last year, or if he would like to allow Councilmember Trujillo to serve as alternate.
Trujillo, you don't mind me being alternate to that?
That's fine. I'm okay with you being the alternate.
Okay. Any other comments, colleagues?
So then I'll stay as the primary on the JPA I-5?
Yes, with Councilmember Ortiz being the alternate. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other comments, colleagues? Okay. I will now entertain a motion and second to approve the council member appointments as presented, with the exception of item number 7, with it now representing Councilmember Fermetta as a primary and Councilmember Ortiz as the alternate.
Do a second.
I make a motion to, did you make a motion?
No,
Mayor?
I'm asking
I
for a
make a
motion.
motion to approve as presented with the amendment on item number 7 as myself as a primary.
I'll second that.
Please vote.
The motion is approved with the amendment.
I was waiting for an administrative report on that one, right?
All right, we're going to move on to, let's see here, item number 16. Update regarding the annual comprehensive report, ACFR, for the fiscal year ended June 30th, 2024.
Mayor, we have our Assistant City Manager that will be providing the report. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager Bradley. Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. As mentioned tonight, staff will be providing an update on the annual comprehensive financial report, also known as the ACFR, for fiscal year ended June 30th, 2024. Before we provide the details of the ACFR, we wanted to provide just some brief background on what exactly is an ACFR. As you're aware, the City of Downey develops an annual budget to serve as a roadmap for the city's accounting for the upcoming fiscal year that runs from July 1st to June 30th. The ACFR is viewed as the final destination of that roadmap, and as it includes the actual financial statement that summarizes the city's financial activity, which is primarily the revenues and expenditures, for the year is prescribed by governmental accounting standards, such as those set by the Generally Accepted Accounting Principles, GAAP, and the Governmental Accounting Standards Board, which is also known as GASB. Further, the ACFR explains the financial position and results of operations of the city as measured by financial activity of its various funds and accounting groups. The intent of the ACFR is to give readers a full understanding of the city's financial affairs. The ACFR is presented in 3 different sections. We have introductory, financial, and statistical sections. The introductory section includes a transmittal letter, the city's organizational chart, and list of principal officials. The financial section includes general purpose, financial statements and schedules, and the independent auditor's report and the notes to the financial statements. The statistical section includes select financial and demographic information on a multi-year basis. As part of the system of checks and balances, the city also contracts with an independent auditor to review the financial statements contained in the ACFR. The Government Finance Officers Association of the United States and Canada, also known as the GFOA, awards a nationally recognized Certificate of Achievement for excellence in financial reporting to local governments, ACFRs. In order to be awarded a Certificate of Achievement, a government must publish an easily readable and efficiently organized annual comprehensive financial report. I just want to take a moment here to acknowledge that our city has received this distinguished award for the last 25 consecutive years. And the city has submitted this year's ACFR for consideration and expects the quality to continue to meet the same high standards that it has been in the past. The results of these awards are typically released in June and are a lengthy review process. The city's ability to communicate financial and operational matters in a transparent manner is a city council priority and a component of the 2030 Downey Forest Strategic Plan. Effective communication of city finances is critical to building trust with the public. This year's report is published on the city's website along with all prior year reports. So before I hand it over to our finance manager who will be providing the financial highlights, I do just want to acknowledge also our city staff and the finance team to put this together. So we affectionately call the annual budget as our Super Bowl for finance, but finance department actually has 2 Super Bowls. This would be the second of the year. It takes a number of months to go through the ACFR to put it together. They're working very closely with every single department, going line item by line item, and with our auditors to put it together. It takes a tremendous amount of work to do that, and also to produce a clean audit, which Francesca, our financial manager, will explain what that means to you shortly. So I just want to acknowledge, so the key people who put this together is our finance manager, Francesca Navarro, who will come up shortly. We also have our senior accountant, Soleme Martinez, in the audience with us. And also we have our contract principal accountant, Christy Valencia, here as well, who's here. So I just want to acknowledge them because they put a tremendous amount of work into this report every year. So with that,
I'm a round of applause.
Thank you.
For sitting through here.
So with that, I'm going to bring up our finance manager, Francesca Navarro, to go over the highlights of the ACFR.
Thank you, Vanya. Okay. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I will be going over the financial statement highlights. The city's independent auditor, LSL CPA, has completed its audit of the city's ACFR for fiscal year June 30, 2024. LSL has issued an unmodified or clean opinion dated December 20, 2024, which means the city's financial statements are free of any material misstatement. This is the highest type of opinion for financial reporting. The ACFR displays the financial statements in 2 formats: governmental-wide financial statements, statement of net position, and fund financial statements, governmental funds. The statement of net position is similar to the private sector. It focuses on economic resources. It takes into account all of the city's assets and liabilities, including capital assets and long-term debt. As of June 30, 2024, in the statement of net position, the assets exceeded liabilities by $246 million. Therefore, a net position of $246 million, with an increase of net position of $11.5 million over prior year. So based on the statement of net position, the city is in strong financial position because our assets exceeded our liabilities. Now I will go over the governmental fund financials. The fund financial statements focus on the current available resources and are organized and operated on the basis of individual funds, similar to our annual budget. Unlike the statement of net positions, governmental fund financial statements focus on near-term spending resources and balances. Therefore, capital assets and long-term debt are not included. The city's governmental funds reported a combined ending balance of $120.5 million. Please note that the general fund is part of the governmental funds and has an ending fund balance of $59.1 million. Of the $59.1 million, there is $8.8 that is non-spendable. $35.9 is set aside for reserves per city policy. $10.1 million for the CMC building expansion, and $4.1 million for the Woodruff Street projects. Again, this demonstrates the city's strong financial position as revenue exceeds expenditures. I will pass back to the Assistant City Manager De Rojas. She will go over the Measure S audit.
So something that is unique to this year's ACFR is that the city manager's office wanted to incorporate a new report. Every year, the Measure S Citizens Oversight Committee alongside staff puts together an annual report of all the details of revenues and expenditures related to Measure S. But to further the transparency related to funds of Measure S, we wanted to put together a report as directed by our city manager. So what is now as part of the ACFR, the city incorporated a separate independent auditor's report on compliance and on internal control over compliance specifically for Measure S. And we do want to note that the auditors reviewed this, and the city auditors concluded the city complied in all material respects with the type of compliance requirements of Measure S. And that the city, we just want to note that the city is committed to continue to diligently, be mindful of how we use Measure S as approved by the voters of Downey. So we will continue to add this as part of the ACFR moving forward, and additionally, we'll be creating a separate report similar to this for Measure D. So we're being as transparent with that as well as how we use those funds. And so we're going to conclude this report. Francesca's going to introduce our auditors who will be writing final comments regarding the audit.
So LSL is a firm that conducts the city's year-end audit. Next, Kaylee Gonzalez, the auditor supervisor for LSL, will go over the audit process. She's on Zoom.
Good afternoon, everyone. Apologize for any potential Zoom issues. I was having some audio issues earlier, but thank you for your time. I will be summarizing some of the information that Vanya and both Francesca have talked about. Like I said, we are the independent auditors. We are engaged to perform the financial statement audit in accordance with the generally accepted auditing and government auditing standards. We will also be before the end of March. I'm not sure if you're able to see any of the slide presentations that we have. Okay, perfect. So just to kind of give a little bit of background. So on the previous slide, you have my information and then the partner's information, who's Brandon Young. He was actually not able to fully attend. He's kind of traveling. So I'll be kind of giving an overview on our financial audit. Next slides, please. And you can kind of skip this one as well. So just to give you a brief overview on the scope of the engagement, our audit is broken out into two parts. Interim, which is done around May. This is an overview on internal controls. We provide any feedback, any best practice recommendations to the city on certain processes that are tested and that affect the financial statement audit. And then as part of our year-end field work, which is done in September, October, it's more of a detailed on transactions on accounts and balances. We also look at grant activity and then obtain sufficient information on audit evidence. Next slide, please. So as a result of our audit, we issued an unmodified auditor's opinion, which means that the financial statements are accurate and reliable as of June 30th, 2024. Like Vanya mentioned, we did the Measure S report as well. There was no issues on non-compliance noted. And then we issued the report on internal control and compliance, no significant deficiencies, no material weaknesses, and no material non-compliance were noted as well. Next slide, please. We also identified no going concern doubts as of June 30th, 2024. There was no identified fraud, waste, or abuse during the year. We had no disagreements with management about any applications of accounting principles, and there was no difficulties in conducting our audits. We also determined that all estimates used by management in preparing the financial statements and providing the information were reasonable. We also just want to say, thank you again to the finance staff, and it was really great to work with them. They're really responsive, answering any questions, providing the necessary supporting documentation, and I'm happy to take any questions if you have any.
Thank you. Before I refer to or defer to my council colleagues, I just want to say thank you to all of our professional executive city staff and their support staff. Just to hear those words from an independent audit, as far as no trouble with anything and everything coming back clean. Very professional job. So I just want to say thank you all. Appreciate you. Council colleagues, anyone have any comments or questions?
Just a brief comment, Mayor. Thank you for this report, and thank you Congratulations. I think this is, again, it shows Downey's commitment to fiscal prudency, responsibility, and transparency. And this is what Downey has been known for. And it's, I'm happy to see that it continues. I was talking to our city manager, and I think it's important to highlight these successes and shout it, let the media, the local media know what we're doing, because in this climate of fiscal irresponsibility, it's important to highlight this. Thank you.
Any other council colleagues have comments or questions?
I just, too, will give kudos to the staff. It's a big report. It's detailed, and it even gives me a lot of new information that I wasn't aware of. It lets everyone see, what we are doing, where we've succeeded. And like she says, the transparency right now is very crucial for cities. Thank you very much.
Thank you. If there's no other questions or comments, thank you very much.
Thank you.
For that report. There is no action needed regarding this report.
Thanks.
We'll move on to item number 17, discussion regarding potential buffer zones for regulating location of bars, nightclubs, and live entertainment establishments. That the City Council provide staff direction regarding the potential establishment of a 500-foot buffer around sensitive uses, including schools, childcare, hospitals, and senior centers, to regulate the location of new bars, nightclubs, and live entertainment establishments. City Manager Bradley, is there a staff report for item number 17?
Yes, Mayor, I'll turn over to our Community Development Director for introduction of the item.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. As you may recall, this is a follow-up item, an item that was introduced early last year, and we provided.
Just pause real quick. I think we need to make a comment.
Oh, forgive me, Director Richo, and just for the record, I wanted to state that Councilmember Trujillo has recused himself from this matter due to a conflict based on his downtown properties. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. As you may recall, this item was brought before you early last year, and then staff in the spring provided an update with several options for the City Council to consider. This is in relation to creating, looking and evaluating regulations for bars, nightclubs, and live entertainment. On the last discussion item in spring of last year, the City Council requested that staff look at potential buffer zone areas, which required an extensive amount of mapping, tracking down, and ensuring that we knew the exact locations of the bars, nightclubs, and live entertainment throughout the city. And so we engaged with our consultant, who will be providing tonight's item before you for your consideration and discussion. Lindsay Ortega is a vice president with Sagecrest Environmental Planning, and she will provide the presentation tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Sosa and member of the City Council. My name is Lindsay Ortega, and I'm a planning consultant with Sagecrest Planning and Environmental. The item before you today is a discussion regarding the potential buffer zones for the purpose of regulating the locations of bars, nightclubs, and live entertainment establishments. On January 23rd, 2024, City Council requested a report on the distancing requirements for bars, nightclubs, and establishments that have music or live entertainment. And on April 23rd, 2024, staff presented options for regulating bars, nightclubs, and establishments that have live entertainment. And after consideration, City Council requested maps illustrating the locations of these establishments in relationship to identified sensitive uses. The regulation of alcohol outlets by local governments is limited to California's existing regulatory framework. In California, this regulatory framework is vested in the Department of Alcoholic Beverages and Beverage Control, commonly referred to as ABC. ABC has the dual responsibility for both the issuance of liquor licenses and the regulation of existing licenses. Cities can regulate the ancillary aspects of alcohol sales through the CUP process, and in Downey, a CUP is required for bars, nightclubs, and live entertainment uses when permitted in the zone. Additionally, a 100-foot minimum buffer from residential uses is required for live entertainment uses in the CP zone. A bar is defined as an establishment that exclusively caters to the sale of alcoholic beverages and is not required to provide food. A nightclub operates under the same ABC licenses as a bar, but provides entertainment and dancing as a primary source of attraction. Live entertainment uses is approved as an ancillary use to a restaurant or a bar. There are approximately 12 businesses operating as a bar, nightclub, or an establishment with live entertainment in the city of Downey. This map reflects the location of the locations of those 12 establishments. The map also shows the zones in which the uses in question would be permitted to operate with a CUP. 3 of the businesses are established strictly as a bar or a nightclub with no live entertainment, and 9 of the 12 businesses are restaurants or bar establishments that include live entertainment. The following maps identify the council-selected sensitive uses and applies a 500-foot buffer shown with the hatching. In Council District 1, there are 2 bars or nightclubs, 1 bar nightclub with live entertainment, and 1 restaurant with live entertainment. The Establishment 2 is currently legal nonconforming, and Establishment 12 is located within a 500-foot buffer to a hospital use. In Council District 2, there is 1 nightclub bar with live entertainment, which is currently legal nonconforming, and it is located also within a 500-foot buffer to a school use. In Council District 3, there is 1 nightclub bar with live entertainment, 1 nightclub or bar, and 2 restaurants with live entertainment. And in Council District 4, 3 bars / nightclubs that operate with live entertainment. There are 2 establishments which are legal nonconforming, as they were established prior to the requirements of a conditional use permit operating within the city, and 3 establishments which are located within the map-sensitive use buffer zones. Three options are presented today for regulating the location of bars, nightclubs, and live entertainment locations. Option 1 establishes a 500-foot buffer zone from sensitive uses, including schools, childcare facilities, hospitals, and senior centers, which would prohibit businesses which operate as a bar or nightclub or a restaurant with live entertainment from locating within those buffer zones. Existing bars, nightclubs, and live entertainment uses not in compliance with the new buffer area would be allowed to operate as a legal nonconforming land use under Downey Municipal Code Section 9410, and may continue to operate until the use has ceased for a period of 180 days or other terminating factors set forth in the code. If this option is selected, city staff will prepare an ordinance specifying the buffer zone requirements for bars, nightclubs, and restaurants with live entertainment from sensitive uses. Option 2 would be to establish an ordinance implementing applicable standards to locations within buffer zones. Applicable standards for businesses that operate as a bar, nightclub, and restaurant with live entertainment that are located within these established buffer zones. Additional criteria could range from standards like hours of operation, volume levels, number of establishments within that buffer zone, etc. Staff presents this option as an alternative because it may be found that option 1 may prompt property owners to not lease to sensitive uses, because leasing to sensitive uses may otherwise reduce the property owner's leasing potential to establishments such as bars, nightclubs, or live entertainment. If this option is selected, city staff will prepare an ordinance specifying standards for bars, nightclubs, and restaurants with live entertainment located within these buffer zones. Option 3 would be for no change to the current regulations. This option would leave current regulations in place. Bars, nightclubs, restaurants with live entertainment uses would continue to require a conditional use permit and review and approval by the Planning Commission at a public hearing. The staff recommendation is for the City Council to provide staff direction regarding the potential establishment of a 500-foot buffer around sensitive uses, including schools, childcare facilities, hospitals, and senior centers, to regulate the location of new bars, nightclubs, and live entertainment establishments. This concludes my presentation. I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Ortega. Do any council members have any questions or comments?
Thank you. That was a good presentation.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So I do have a question. Within one of those options, does that affect businesses going forward, new businesses solely? I think it.
Yes, it would apply to all businesses. So the current businesses that are operating within those buffer zones, established buffer zones, would become legal nonconforming. So they'd continue to operate the way that they are operating today. But if they were to cease operations or wish to expand, they'd have to review. We'd have to look at that to determine whether or not they could expand, since they would be considered legal nonconforming.
Understood. So it's business as usual for the existing establishments.
That are not within the buffer zone.
Right.
And please note that this does exclude any businesses that fall within this criteria operating within the downtown specific plan. I'm sorry, the Downey downtown specific plan.
Any other comments or questions from the council?
No, I think the report is pretty straightforward. I think the conversations that we had last time when we discussed this initially was, again, to prevent future establishments from, again, opening up and operating close to adult-type entertainment, to be operating so close to schools. And so I think that the options in the report are exactly what we had discussed. Option one, we established those buffer zones and the existing businesses, and I see how many per district we have with a total of 12 citywide, 4 in District 1, 2 in District 1 in District 2, 4 in District 3, and 3 in District 4. And then option 2 is to establish a buffer zone with applied standards. In other words, we allow, we take a look at, potential lease owners that would like to lease their space to bars, nightclubs, and or live entertainment establishments would, come within that buffer zone, would come to us to, right? So to me, I think that, and then the other option is to not do anything. I'm leaning more for option one. I think that was the intent of what this council discussed, and that was to establish those buffer zones. The existing establishments are not going to be impacted. They're going to be operating as legal non-conforming, but moving forward, I think that's the intent, to protect our community from that. But that's really my comments. I don't think there's.
If we do,
I don't have any questions.
If we do option 2, we just, if a business comes in, we give them what they have to do, what we require. We're not going to limit them from coming into that location, correct?
Right. With option 2, we would. Staff would develop some of those parameters and return back to the council, but the intent with option 2 is to really look at each use on a case-by-case basis, or each business coming in on a case-by-case basis, identify perhaps which buffer zones it's within, and looking at their operations to determine whether or not it would be an appropriate use for that location within the parameters, whether that's restricting hours of operation, restricting the type of use it is, whether that's a bar with live entertainment, or a nightclub, or a restaurant with live entertainment. And then that would come back forth before the Planning Commission with a report to and a vote and approval by the Planning Commission.
My opinion is, my experience as a planning commissioner, I know that certain businesses come in and require a conditional use permit. They go through this process, and then they still have to come in front of us to get approval. So I think they still have that, roadblocks for them before they get to those places. The last thing I want to do is make sure that I don't allow the certain restaurants. I kind of know why this was put in place, but I mean, from my experience, I know we had the capability to at least limit the live entertainment portion of said locations, but the last thing I want to do is make sure we say no to businesses coming to Downey, in particular my district, where I have the promenade, which will affect that location. So I'm a little hesitant of placing restrictions, especially in the promenade, where we need a little more entertainment or enjoyment.
Right.
For it.
Well, no, and point well made. I think that this is particularly looking at the bars and nightclubs. I know this indicates also live entertainment establishments, but in the case of where we find ourselves these days, and I know we have talked about the downtown development and the downtown specific plan, and then other businesses that have come in, we are happy. We are really trying to be that business-friendly city. But to the point of how much can we as a city, once we've given the green light, be out there enforcing the decimal levels and enforcing uniforms and enforcing hours of regulation? I think when it comes to the bars and the nightclubs, we already have set parameters. I think it's important to have these parameters in place. I know we can discuss on a case-by-case basis, but I would rather have those established buffer zones. Maybe we look at, with the exception of undeveloped, back 20 lot. I don't know if that's a possibility. I mean, I know here we're looking at senior centers, hospitals, childcare facilities. That's what we had initially discussed, but yes, you're right. There's still significant acreage within the back 20, the promenade, that can still be developed.
You're referring to number 12 on our chart. That would be in the promenade. And I think the location is because it's close to the hospital, because I thought right away, what school is over there in the promenade? Why is that included? But it is because of our buffer zone. But you make a good argument that this is more of a commercial area, and that's the type of businesses that you would get that, in a sense, that would not apply so much. But if it's next to a hospital and it's excessive noise, when we brought this forward last year, it was mainly because of the students and school kids that were walking along certain areas, which now a particular area is outside the Downey specific plan or in the plan. And at least we are doing something to respond to the residents who were disheartened about putting it close to the high school per se. And this way we keep a distance without restricting business so much. But at least we can put it in an area where we're trying to work with both sides in saying that, yes, we're going to make sure that they have a safe path home versus someone that may be in a bar, or the noise factor of senior citizens, like you say, calling in, that they have that quiet enjoyment that they can relax with as well. I might tend to go with my council colleague as well, because that's what we were trying to do originally, is to respond to those people that were having difficulty with the noise factor that are coming from these specific types of businesses, to control it a little better. So,
if I may ask a question to Irma, or to I apologize, what's your name again?
Lindsay.
Lindsay, sorry. We have the capability when we go through planning commission, right, to see what our noise level is, or what type of business, what restrictions do we have as, when we go to a planning commission and they come in front of us?
Yes. So the current process requires, for example, live entertainment at a restaurant to get approval from the Planning Commission of a CUP. Through the CUP evaluation process, we ask the applicant about their operation, their interior floor plan. We evaluate noise levels, openings, doors, hours of operation, and nearby uses. What option 2 essentially is doing is in the Planning Commission process and during the evaluation process, the staff looks at conditions of approval that we can put in place to ensure that noise doesn't travel outside of a window, or that an exit, that a door that's for emergency only, we say needs to remain closed at all times. In a recent conversation we had with the prospective applicant of a tenant space, we asked them, and this was just deliberation, discussion with them, we asked them to potentially relocate a door so that it doesn't face a sensitive use, and that in this case it was more residential. So we look at design features that will prevent that issue from spilling over to a sensitive use. What option 2 is essentially doing is front-loading and creating a list of those operational requirements so that the applicant knows from the onset, these are the requirements that you're going to be, at minimum, required to adhere to. For example, something that's not listed here, option 2 could say, anyone with that live entertainment needs to provide a certain level of sound attenuation to ensure that the sound doesn't travel through walls or through openings. Certain doors cannot be facing sensitive uses, so it may be require them to modify the exterior of their building to prevent sound from traveling, or they may be required to install thicker glass pane windows in order to ensure that noise doesn't travel. So those are the types of operational standards in addition to the ones that we listed that option 2 would be providing to the applicant from the time they walk into City Hall or they look online. If I want to move into Downey, what am I going to be required to do in order to be a good business, a good neighbor? You know, they're going to know from the beginning, you're going to be required to provide sound, I'm using that as an example, sound attenuation, because that's actually something we've talked to another business about, sound attenuation. And the other things we do is before we go to Planning Commission, we require sometimes noise studies, and other cities that I've worked on, we require equipment to be modified or to be adapted with the noise regulator, which is something we've also used here in Downey, is that the equipment is you know, ideally not tampered with, but that from the onset in operation is something that we can monitor, that the noise levels cannot be raised over a certain volume. And so, again, those are all option 2 type of operational standards and that we're referring to in order to be able to mitigate or prevent those spillover issues from occurring. And so we are not reacting, we're being proactive.
And so that's, if we do option 2, it's more of a requirement that you have those.
It's a proactive requirement, yes, correct.
So, I mean, given what do my council colleagues think, like by allowing that option and that requirement, and on top of that, having the Planning Commission and then also in front of us to decide those decisions, to say, okay, this is what we want in our city, before we say, we're limiting you from these areas.
Mm-hmm. But it also requires residents to actually do the policing. And that's happening now in a couple of places where they are always calling, they are always hearing the noise. The bar isn't adhering to what they feel are the requirements, or the dB noise level, 65 dB is like, you know, an example of one. Feels like it's more rather than having to go out and test the noise level and how long. So it's to me, it's like we need our residents to file the complaint continually. That's not what they need to do if the business isn't complying how they should be operating.
Is that the technical difference between options 1 and 2 as a requirement?
Yes, option 1 is a hard requirement for any new business moving in within the buffer zone. Would not be able to move into that area if there's a sensitive use within 500 feet of their proposed location. So it's come in with an address, we check the address. If there's a sensitive use within 500 feet, then we tell them you're not eligible to be able to come in for an entertainment CUP. It's not allowed. Option 2, you still have buffer zones, but if you're in that buffer zone, you just are subject to those other operational requirements. And it should be noted that option 1 and option 2 technically can work together as well.
And existing businesses, bars, nightclubs with live entertainment will still remain as is. They're in a sense grandfathered in.
Yes.
So none of those will be affected in a sense unless the lease ran out and the owner wanted to release it, then they'd have to go with the new standard.
Any existing use, as long as they're continuously operating, even if they change ownership,
Outside
would
the 180
continue to
days.
have the legal non-conforming status.
Okay.
It's only when it's vacant, the property is vacant for more than 180 days, and that's a very high standard. It's very rare for something like
6
that to
months.
happen.
Okay.
So now, Irma, when you say option 1 and 2 can, work together, can you explain? Again, if I'm reading this correctly, halfway through option 2, similar to option 1, a buffer is still proposed at 500 feet, right?
Yeah.
However, the establishments may still operate, and then you talk about the list of requirements that they have to follow. So that there's still that buffer area. It's not a guarantee that they can go in there.
Right. If I may clarify my comment, I think I made it quick. So option 1 and option 2 can work together. Option 1 would, hypothetically, would be in place, and option 2, the standards could be adopted and placed over the buffer zone. So option 2 has the part that would still continue to be applied with option 1 is establishing operational standards, which is part of option 2, a portion of option 2. But if it was overlapped with option 1, I don't want to confuse anyone, it would be a hard and fast buffer area.
So 1 is hard and fast. You simply cannot operate, period.
You're 100 feet away from a school, you cannot come. But B would be you're 100 feet away from a school, you can come, but your door has to face east and you have to have double pane windows and insulation.
For example.
For example. Okay, I see.
All right. Well, is there a motion and a second?
I motion to. A motion to approve with option 2, establish buffer zone with applied standards.
Okay. We have a motion. Is there a second?
And those applied standards are to be developed by staff, and we bring them back for consideration.
Well, those would come back I would suggest we take those to Planning Commission. As a Planning Commission would, based on their experience with evaluating conditions of approvals and CUP, I think they would be the appropriate body to look at those proposed recommendations. And then if codified in the code, then we would bring it to City Council as an ordinance.
Final adoption.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I have a question. Again, in relation to the promenade and the area that is still undeveloped, or the changes that continue to occur within those restaurants. What are the implications of this? So that there's any new restaurant, again, coming into the promenade, which is our I don't want to call it the entertainment district, but it is in a way because of all the restaurants that are there. Are we, by this decision, then are we cutting them at the knee, pretty much?
Because of the hospital,
Due
Because of the hospital.
to the location of the hospital, it does preclude these types of uses if you were to go with option 1 from operating within most of, and actually I think a discussion that we were having is whether or not it would apply to the lease space, the tenant space, or if it would apply to the entire parcel. So if it applies to the entire parcel, live entertainment, bars, nightclubs would not be permitted within that area. If it applies to just the tenant space, then wherever that tenant space and that 500-foot buffer meets, then anything past that could potentially still operate a bar, nightclub, or restaurant with live entertainment.
Are you asking whether it could be exempt?
Well, but that's what I'm thinking, because again, that is an area that we are still actively looking to develop. It's been a number of years that the discussions have continued, and I'm sure that will continue beyond this council. So I don't want to make a decision that is going to then negatively impact the promenade's future growth. And so with that, can we exempt the promenade from this?
I'll take that one. So the question is the Downey Landing, Downey Promenade area collectively. We can exclude that specific plan from this effort, similar to when we excluded the downtown Downey specific plan area. That would probably be the easiest way to approach the issue, because I do agree that there are probably a changeover over a period of time, and it can be dynamic.
Yes. Then I would, yes, I would still propose option 1 with the exception or the exclusion of the Downey Landing and the Promenade.
Okay, so this is a modified motion. Councilmember Ortiz did make a motion, so this is a modified motion. We'll use.
I'm not certain there was a second to the first motion. No, there wasn't. There?
There wasn't.
Just I want our council to know to really open a business. I mean, we were behind closed doors talking about how expensive food is coming along and restaurants and everything. And so, I mean, I just want to be at least aware that getting a CUP is $7,350. And I think as a city, I want to make sure that we are saying, hey, we're open for business. This is a great city. We have requirements to continue our what we want in our city and the respect of what we want in our city. So that's why I say option 2 is a good option, because we're saying, hey, this is what we want. We want to keep our city safe, as opposed to option 1, we're saying, no, you're not allowed here in this area for us. It's just getting expensive, and on top of that, adding more red tape and more red tape when they already have to go in front of the Planning Commission and then in front of us. I just want to make sure we are aware of that before we take that vote. I do have to express,
Well, I think it would help if there was additional stipulations within, like the CUP, like you said, it was $7,300. There's a big difference between someone trying to play music, records. Sorry, I'm old school, records, music. And, or they want to put a piano guy. Let's say, like a Morton's came in, they want to play a piano guy or something. And there's a difference between those two distinctions, and between that and another establishment coming in and, having a live band and having a dance floor, right?
I think that's the same thing, no?
Yeah, I think
from the review perspective, it's basically the same, because it's the impact for getting into the cost of the fee, for example. The idea is that it takes staff a significant amount of time to go through the review process, prepare the reports, work with the Planning Commission, bring things forward. So it's definitely something that takes intensity and effort to evaluate, depending upon what they're actually doing. And yeah, you look at it from a simplistic perspective that it's just playing music, but it's still the evaluation that takes us time and effort to do that work. I think in this case, though, if you really are looking to move forward with like an exemption with the standards, we can develop that and bring it back to you and have a more thorough conversation, and then finalize what your intent is with this ordinance.
Yeah, I think that'd be a good option, because we've gone back. We've been on this discussion for a while now, and we've had interesting support from separate council members for 2 different options. So it doesn't seem like we're ready to make a decision tonight.
We're not?
So I think they've done a lot of research. They've put together a package
I
here.
just don't want to keep kicking this can down the road.
Yeah,
I want to be proactive and move forward with a decision. I don't.
And again, we're focusing with the bars, the nightclubs, and the live music. What brought it forward was the sensitive uses, the 500-foot radius. We're not closing down restaurants. They can open. There's plenty of other areas. And if we exempt the landing and the promenade, that lets us complete developing in there without restrictions. That makes sense. But for the other areas, to have a business that's going to be up till 2 a.m. and a house behind it that has to endure that for the rest, that's what we were trying to, or school where they were walking, the kids are around the area, the noise. I think that we need to kind of put a precedence here of future development.
If I may add, but I think the planning commission, we have that option to say what time and hours of operation they have, right?
Through
So I
the
just want
current.
to make sure that we're all clear on how we are.
But generally speaking, those are the hours on a nightclub or a bar.
I remember when it was in planning commission. Oh, she's not here, Carrie Uva. We were discussing Raising Cane's that wanted to be open to, I think, 2 o'clock in the morning, or I think it was 2 a.m. Right? And then we reduced it to
3.
Or to 3, and now we reduced it to 12 or to 2 or something like that. So we do have that option and that capability with the current.
But I think when we're dealing with the nightclubs, but the nightclubs, they're going to stay open the general times for nightclubs to 2 a.m. That's where the noise and the perimeter starts.
So we did have a motion from Councilmember Frumeta, and the request was to exclude the promenade and the landing, correct? So was there a second on that?
I second it.
Okay. You ready? Well, let's vote.
Just for clarity, was the motion to pursue option 2 or option 1 with that exemption?
Option 1.
It was option 1 with the exclusion of the Downey Landing and the Downey Promenade.
Okay, let's vote. We have a motion and a second, so please vote.
The motion is approved with Councilmember Ortiz voting no and Councilmember Trujillo abstaining and absent from the meeting.
Okay, we will now adjourn this city council meeting in the memory of firefighter Kevin Skinner, a 25-year veteran of the Orange County Fire Authority, who lost his life while on duty due to a medical emergency, the 14 victims of the New Orleans terrorist attack, the victims of the Los Angeles wildfires, and Jimmy Carter, the 39th President of the United States. A moment of silence, please. The time is now 10:07. This meeting is adjourned.